Chapter 1904. Apart from that, the cultivation environment on the fourth level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda was much better than the third level. Greater than over equal to for this reason. Cultivating on the fourth level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda was much faster than cultivating on the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. It might even be 2 or 3 times faster than cultivating on the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. It's really a win-win situation. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. At the same time, he felt bitter in his heart. What he looked forward to the most was the stability of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. This was because it would determine if he could take a shortcut to save his wife and daughter from the law enforcement hall in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. Although this shortcut might not necessarily succeed, it gave him quite a bit of hope. Now that his hope had been dashed, he could only rely on his own strength to save his wife, Kerr, and daughter. The sun rose from the east. The group of people around Duan Lingtian gradually woke up from their cultivation and opened their eyes one after another. At once, the surroundings became lively. The assessment should be starting soon. Duan Lingtian stood up and glanced at the rising sun in the horizon as he muttered to himself. At the same time, some of the whispers in the surroundings also entered his ears in a timely manner. Do you know what the assessment is about? Of course. I came to the Saint sect to participate in the assessment 3 years ago. However, I participated in the assessment in the Azure Dragon Sanctum. At that time, my innate talent was just a little off, and my strength barely passed. My overall results were below average, so I didn't pass the assessment. You're here again this year. Are you confident? Of course. My current strength isn't something I can compare to 3 years ago. Although my innate talent hasn't changed, with my current strength, I can pull my overall results up and pass the assessment. This was a conversation between a hothead and a wily old fox. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by the conversation between the other 3 people. It said that in the assessment of the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, those with blue innate spiritual roots and above don't have to participate in the strength assessment. They can directly pass the overall test and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. It was a middle-aged man speaking. Based on the innate talent I've displayed so far, my innate spiritual root is yellow at most. I can only hope that I'll be able to earn more points in the strength assessment and raise my average score to the point where I can pass the assessment. That way I still have hope. It was an old man talking. Your innate talent is slightly lacking. With your innate talent, you'll need to be at the exemplary saint stage at the very least to enter Zoroastrianism. The last young man shook his head and said, I know that. I just made a breakthrough to the exemplary saint stage some time ago. I just hope that I'll be able to earn enough points in the strength assessment. The old man nodded. Spiritual root? Innate spiritual roots? Hearing their conversation, Duan Lingtian frowned. Then he looked confused, not knowing what they were talking about. What was a spiritual root? What was the innate spiritual root? He had no idea. Huolao, do you know? In the end, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask Huolao. I've never heard of it. It should be something unique to this mundane plane. Huolao did not know anything about it as well. Duan Lingtian could only ask on his own. Soon after, he found a middle-aged man. You don't know what an innate spiritual root is. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a monster. Is it strange that I don't know? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly, puzzled. When the middle-aged man saw Duan Lingtian frowning in displeasure, he recalled how powerful Duan Lingtian was when he killed Yang Wu yesterday. The shocked expression on his face disappeared immediately. An innate spiritual root is something a person is born with. However, the existence of innate spiritual roots was only discovered after our ancestors came to the upper province. The middle-aged man paused for a moment before he asked, You should know that there was no distinction between the upper and lower province in the Tao Marshall Saint Land a long time ago, right? I'm from the lower province, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. You're from the lower province? The middle-aged man was surprised when he heard this. Then he nodded. No wonder you don't know about the existence of innate spiritual roots. An innate spiritual root is something a person is born with. It represents a person's innate talent in the martial Tao. There are 7 levels of innate spiritual roots. They're named after the colors of the rainbow. They're the red innate spiritual root, orange innate spiritual root, yellow innate spiritual root, green innate spiritual root, blue innate spiritual root, and violet innate spiritual root. Among them, a red innate spiritual root represents the weakest innate talent, while a violet innate spiritual root represents the strongest innate talent. In the assessment of the 4 symbols, sanctums of Zoroastrianism, those with blue innate spiritual roots and above don't need to participate in the strength assessment. They can pass the comprehensive assessment directly and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. Those with green innate spiritual roots usually have a cultivation base at the divine saint stage or above to pass the assessment and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. Those with yellow innate spiritual roots usually have a cultivation base at the exemplary saint stage or above to pass the assessment. As for those with orange innate spiritual roots, theoretically, those with orange innate spiritual roots should have a cultivation base at the quintessential saint stage or above to become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. However, those with orange innate spiritual roots won't be able to break through to the quintessential saint stage unless they have a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter. The middle-aged man who was wary of Duan Lingtian's strength and did not dare to offend Duan Lingtian explained all of this in one breath. After he finished speaking, he could not help but gasp for air. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of the innate spiritual root. How do I see my innate spiritual roots? Duan Lingtian asked the middle-aged man with a glint in his eyes. Only those at the Saint Celestial stage and above can use the soul secret tactic to peer into their own innate spiritual roots. Apart from that, they can only rely on external objects. The middle-aged man continued to say, just like today's assessment, the black turtle sanctum will take out a few spiritual pearls that have complicated formations hidden in them. As long as we place our hands on them, they'll show the grade of our innate spiritual roots after 10 breaths. Duan Lingtian nodded and left the middle-aged man's side to return to his original spot. When the black turtle sanctum recruits outer disciples for Zoroastrianism, the innate talent assessment is to test one's innate spiritual root. The higher the grade of one's innate spiritual root, the more preferential treatment one will receive. For example, those with blue innate spiritual roots or above can directly become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. Those with weaker innate spiritual roots than blue innate spiritual roots will have to participate in the strength assessment. The lower one's innate talent is, the more powerful one will have to be. Duan Lingtian could understand this. It was impossible for one to become a disciple of a top force like Zoroastrianism if one's innate talent and strength were weak, right? If that was the case, what was the difference between Zoroastrianism and an ordinary force? No matter what, Zoroastrianism was one of the 3 great sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land. It was one of the 3 greatest forces in the upper province. I wonder what grade my innate spiritual root is. However, it shouldn't be a high-grade innate spiritual root. Although Duan Lingtian was curious about his innate spiritual root's grade, he knew his own limits. His innate talent could be considered as one of the best in the mortal continent, the cloud continent. However, ever since he came to the Tao Martial Saint Land, he discovered the innate talent of the people here was very high. This was especially true for the various genius disciples he met in the quasi-third-rate force, the mystical sky mansion. Each of them had a terrifying innate talent. He knew his own limits. If it was not for the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, It would have been impossible for him to surpass those people. It would have been impossible for him to achieve his current achievements in such a short time. They're here. All of a sudden, someone shouted. Everyone's attention, including Duan Lingtian, was attracted by the voice. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elders, Tung Shan and Li En, appeared again. Although both of them appeared at almost the same time, they came from different directions. They did not come together. When both of them arrived, there were 2 middle-aged men following behind them. The 4 middle-aged men wore white robes as well. The pattern embroidered on their white robes was the same as the pattern on Tung Shan and Lian's robes. It was the black tortoise pattern. The only difference was that the flames embroidered on their robes were copper-colored. Bronze Flame Elders, Duan Lingtian, and the thousands of people present on the scene immediately figured out the identities of the 4 middle-aged men. "Get ready," Ting Shan said indifferently. Ting Shan spoke indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body soared into the sky and stood at an even higher place as he looked down at everyone. When Tung Shan leaped into the air, the 2 bronze flame elders who were standing behind him stepped forward at the right time. They lifted their hands, and a dim, transparent bead appeared in front of each of them as they hovered in the air. From afar, it looked like a glass ball the size of an adult's fist. Whoosh! Lian did not say anything. He rose into the air and looked down at the crowd with Ting Shan. The 2 bronze flame elders who were standing behind, Lian also took a step forward and took out 2 transparent pearls like the other 2 bronze flame elders. So these are the spiritual pearls that can test one's innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian immediately figured out what the transparent pearls hovering in front of the 4 bronze flame elders were. They must be the spiritual pearls that the middle-aged man had mentioned earlier that could test one's innate spiritual root. Today's assessment is divided into 2 parts. They're the innate talent assessment and the strength assessment. The innate talent assessment is to test your innate spiritual root. At the same time, Tung Shan opened his mouth. His voice was loud and clear as it entered everyone's ears. Then, Tung Shan began to recite what Duan Lingtian had learned about the assessment. Now, the innate talent assessment begins. As soon as Tung Shan finished speaking, the innate talent assessment officially began. For people formed a group and stepped forward to test their innate spiritual root. I wonder what grade my innate spiritual root is. Orange? Yellow? Chapter 1905. Duan Lingtian did not dare to harbor any hope. It was not because he was a masochist. It was because he felt it was all thanks to the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, that he was able to achieve what he had today. The flow of time in the 3rd level of the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, was 5 to 1 compared to the outside. Just this alone made his cultivation speed 5 times faster than those with the same innate talent. After taking a deep breath and regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the 4 people who were being tested. He watched as they placed their hands on the spiritual pearl hovering in front of the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder. After the 4 of them placed their hands on the spiritual pearl, the spiritual pearl finally responded after about 10 breaths. Whoosh! 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 The spiritual pearls that the 3 of them touched glowed with a yellow light. Whoosh! The spiritual pearl that the last person touched glowed with an orange light. How magical! Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He did not expect the spiritual pearl would be able to test the grade of one's innate spiritual root. Apart from that, he could also sense the complexity of the formation hidden in the spiritual pearl. Although the spiritual pearl looked inconspicuous, the formation hidden in it was extremely intricate. Name. Then the 4 Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elders began to record the names of the participants and their results in this round of innate talent assessment. Your innate spiritual root is only an orange innate spiritual root. If your cultivation base isn't at the quintessential saint stage or above, you won't be able to pass the test. One of the bronze flame elders looked at the old man with an orange innate spiritual root and said indifferently, "Orange innate spiritual root." The old man had a bitter expression on his face. It was apparent he had just found out he possessed an orange innate spiritual root. Orange innate spiritual root. Unless he had a fortuitous encounter, it's impossible for him to break through to the quintessential saint stage. At the same time, the people who had not had their turn shook their heads. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the old man who had found out he only possessed an orange innate spiritual root bowed respectfully at the bronze flame elder before he turned around and left. From afar, his silhouette seemed bleak and lonely. "I hope my innate spiritual root is not an orange innate spiritual root," many people murmured to themselves. They were worried that their innate spiritual roots would only be orange. The lower the grade of the innate spiritual root, the greater the gap between one's innate spiritual root before one's cultivation base reached a certain level. It was very difficult to guess what kind of spiritual root one possessed just by looking at the innate talent one usually displayed. Just like how people with orange innate spiritual roots and yellow innate spiritual roots had similar cultivation speed before they reached the divine saint stage. It was only when one reached the divine saint stage that the gap between them would become wider and wider. In the end, it would be easy for a person with a yellow innate spiritual root to break through to the exemplary saint stage. Not only that, but they would also have a high chance of breaking through to the quintessential saint stage. On the other hand, most of the people with orange innate spiritual roots would reach their limit when they entered the divine saint stage. They might have a chance of breaking through to the exemplary saint stage, but it was impossible for them to break through to the quintessential saint stage. Your innate spiritual root is a yellow innate spiritual root. If your cultivation base hasn't entered the exemplary saint stage, it's not recommended that you participate in the next assessment. Naturally, it's fine if you want to try, but you must be prepared to be injured. The same sentence was said by the other 3 bronze flame elders to the 3 people with yellow innate spiritual roots. Out of the 3 people, 2 of them stayed behind while one of them left. According to the person who left, his cultivation base was only at the mastery divine saint stage. His chances of passing the assessment for those with yellow innate spiritual roots were slim. The reason he came here was because he wanted to take a gamble and see if his innate spiritual root was a green innate spiritual root. If his innate spiritual root was a green innate spiritual root, the difficulty of the assessment would be much lower. It would be so low that even early divine saint stage powerhouses would be able to pass the assessment. The 4 symbols, sanctums of Zoroastrianism, followed the principle of the higher one's innate talent, the easier the assessment. For example, as long as a person with a green innate spiritual root entered the divine saint stage, he would be able to pass the comprehensive assessment and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. This was because a person with a green innate spiritual root would definitely be able to enter the quintessential saint stage. He would even have a high chance of entering the saint celestial stage. A person with such a high innate talent would definitely be able to become a pillar of Zoroastrianism when he grew stronger. As for a person with a blue innate spiritual root, he would be able to skip the assessment and directly become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. Moreover, he might even be chosen by a golden flame elder of Zoroastrianism and be taken in as a disciple. There was a rule in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Anyone with a blue innate spiritual root would definitely be able to enter the saint celestial stage as long as they did not die prematurely. After 4 people left the first round, another 4 people went up. For people would take a round to test their innate talent and their innate spiritual roots. Later on, some people were found to only have orange innate spiritual roots and left dejectedly. Most of them had yellow innate spiritual roots. Most of them stayed behind to continue with the assessment. However, some of them left when they realized they were not strong enough. Gradually, as time passed, more than 100 people had already left before the innate talent assessment ended. There were less than 1,000 people left. green innate spiritual root. Another 4 people went up to take the innate talent assessment. When one of them placed his hand on a spiritual pearl that shone with a faint green light, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. This was a middle-aged man with a handsome face who was dressed like a scholar. He was stunned when he saw he only had a green innate spiritual root. When he regained his senses, an expression of joy could be seen on his face. It's actually a green innate spiritual root. Almost 400 people have taken the innate talent assessment, and there's finally a person with a green innate spiritual root. As long as one's cultivation base is at the divine saint stage or above, the rest of the assessment is just a formality to him. Green innate spiritual root. I hope I have a green innate spiritual root as well. Otherwise, with my cultivation base at the peak of the divine saint stage, it'll be difficult for me to pass the assessment and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. The crowd whispered among themselves. Many people looked at the middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar with envy and jealousy in their eyes. "What's your cultivation base like?" the bronze flame elder asked with a smile as he looked at the middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar. Even the bronze flame elder himself only had a green innate spiritual root. As long as this middle-aged man joined Zoroastrianism, it would only be a matter of time before he became a bronze flame elder like him. For this reason, he treated the middle-aged man as an equal. Early exemplary, saint stage. The middle-aged man replied with a smile when he regained his senses. He's actually at the early exemplary saint stage. With such a cultivation base and innate talent, it's only a matter of time before he joins Zoroastrianism and becomes a disciple of Zoroastrianism. If he manages to break through to the quintessential saint stage, with his innate talent, he might even be able to obtain a pass to enter the saint land of Zoroastrianism. To him, today's assessment is just a formality. Moreover, with his innate talent, many silver flame elders might take a liking to him and want to take him in as their direct disciple. Many people looked at the middle-aged man with envy and jealousy. I've tested almost 400 people, but only one person with a green innate spiritual root has appeared. It seems like I only possess a yellow innate spiritual root. I just hope it's not an orange innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the middle-aged man in the distance. A hint of envy flashed in his eyes as well. Previously, when he was still on the mortal continent's cloud continent, he had consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk and transformed his innate talent into the most powerful innate talent on cloud continent. However, that was only the most powerful innate talent on the mortal continent. The most powerful innate talent on the mortal continent was nothing in the Tao martial saint land. Perhaps the middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar brought luck to the people behind him. After a few rounds, another person was tested to have a green innate spiritual root. The second person with a green innate spiritual root. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to the person who was tested to have a green innate spiritual root. This was an ordinary-looking young man who would not stand out in a crowd. He had only just realized he possessed a green innate spiritual root. He was stunned for a long time before he regained his senses. He only regained his senses when the bronze flame elder standing in front of him reminded him. He cried out in excitement. Compared to the middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar, he had lost his composure a lot more. However, nobody thought there was anything wrong with his loss of composure. Instead, they thought it was normal. If they were in his shoes, they might have lost their composure even more. Peng Hui, congratulations! Soon after, the companions of a young man who was tested to have a green innate spiritual root congratulated him. At the same time, he did not forget to tell the people around him proudly, "This genius with a green innate spiritual root is my brother." Initially, I thought it's impossible for him to pass the test since he's only at the intermediate divine saint stage. I didn't expect him to possess a green innate spiritual root. An intermediate divine saint stage powerhouse with a green innate spiritual root. He would definitely be able to enter the Zoroastrianism and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. At this moment, the people in the surroundings finally understood why the young man was so excited. If he did not possess a green innate spiritual root, he would have come here for nothing. Now that he was tested to possess a green innate spiritual root, he had successfully turned the tables. I really hope I'm as lucky as him. Many of the divine saint stage powerhouses present on the scene prayed. As time passed, a few more people were tested to possess a green innate spiritual root. At the same time, many of them left on their own accord. Soon after, it was Duan Lingtian's turn. When Duan Lingtian and 3 other people stepped into the air and arrived in front of the 4 bronze flame elders, the originally noisy surroundings fell silent immediately. Everyone's gazes fell on Duan Lingtian in unison. Chapter 1906. Yesterday, when I probed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base with my divine consciousness, I discovered he's not even 40 years old. Based on the strength he displayed after he was heavily injured yesterday, his innate talent must be monstrous. His innate spiritual root is most likely blue. An old man at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage said solemnly as he looked at Duan Lingtian, "Not even 40 years old." Many people were shocked by the old man's words. This was because the old man had mentioned Duan Lingtian's cultivation base at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage during the innate talent assessment earlier. Due to this reason, nobody doubted his words. Yesterday, he was heavily injured by Elder Lien and was on the verge of death. Under such circumstances, he cast a powerful divine ability and killed Yangwu, who was at the Mastery Divine Saint stage. Although the divine ability is powerful, it still relies on one's strength and spiritual energy. His cultivation base must be higher than Yangwu's. In other words, he's at the peak of the divine saint stage at the very least. A person at the peak of the divine saint stage who's not even 40 years old must possess a blue or indigo innate spiritual root at the very least. Indigo innate spiritual root? As far as I know, even the top powerhouses and the peerless geniuses in the 3 great sects only possess indigo innate spiritual roots. Don't tell me there's going to be another peerless genius with an indigo innate spiritual root in Zoroastrianism. If he really possesses an indigo innate spiritual root, I'm afraid even the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would fight to take him in as his direct disciple. As the crowd discussed among themselves, many people looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly. Their eyes and faces were filled with anticipation. They were eager to see Duan Lingtian's innate talent assessment result. Did he possess a blue or indigo innate spiritual root? I don't think it's possible for him to possess an indigo innate spiritual root. It's said that there are peerless geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots in Zoroastrianism who have broken through to the exemplary saint stage in their early 30s. I think his innate spiritual root is at most a blue innate spiritual root. A young man in the crowd guessed. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he was rebutted by the person beside him. "Humph, how do you know his cultivation base has not broken through to the exemplary saint stage? Don't forget that we're guessing he's at the peak of the divine saint stage or above. There's a possibility he's an exemplary saint stage powerhouse as well." After all, he was still able to counterattack and kill Yangwu, who was at the mastery divine saint stage with just a blow despite being so heavily injured. That's not something an ordinary person can do. Not bad. He knows a secret technique to conceal his cultivation base. We have no idea what his cultivation base is. It's not impossible for him to be at the exemplary saint stage. If he's really at the exemplary saint stage or above, he might really possess an indigo innate spiritual root. I'm really looking forward to it. What level is his innate spiritual root? Another round of discussion ensued, causing the gazes of those present to fall on Duan Lingtian to become even more fervent. They were eager to find out if Duan Lingtian possessed a blue or indigo innate spiritual root. Blue spirit root? Indigo spirit root, less than 40 years old, exemplary saint stage. When Duan Ling Tian arrived in front of one of the Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elders, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch when he heard the discussions behind him. After a while, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Blue spirit root, indigo innate spiritual root. He did not even dare to think about obtaining a mediocre innate spiritual root like a green innate spiritual root, let alone these two mediocre and high-grade innate spiritual roots. He knew his own situation very well. Less than 40 years old? This was because he spent most of his time cultivating in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Although time passed quickly in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, it did not affect his age. If one were to count, his actual age had long surpassed 40 years old. Naturally, in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, where everyone was around 300 years old, 1,000 years old, or even several thousand years old, he could only be considered as a child. Exemplary saint stage? Currently, his cultivation base had only just broken through to the early divine saint stage, apart from the fortuitous encounters in the dragon cleansing pool. The reason he was able to break through to the early divine saint stage so quickly was mostly because of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. If it were not for the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and the fortuitous encounters, it would have been impossible for him to possess his current cultivation base. It's impossible for my innate spiritual root to be above a green innate spiritual root. This was Duan Lingtian's guess. Naturally, this was only a guess. He would only know the exact grade of his innate spiritual root after the test. Blue innate spiritual root? Indigo innate spiritual root? Lian looked down, and his gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and his gaze flickered with a dense and cold light. Even his innate spiritual root was only a blue innate spiritual root. However, this brat whom he wished he could kill actually possessed an indigo innate spiritual root? For a moment, Lian only felt a murderous intent rising in him. Naturally, he knew what an indigo innate spiritual root meant. If a person with an indigo innate spiritual root grew up, he would at least be a golden flame elder in the fire worship sect, no matter how bad his life was. If he did well, he might even become the vice sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, or even the sect leader. The moment he thought about how this brat, who had an irreconcilable enmity with him, might possess an indigo innate spiritual root, he could not wait to kill him. If this brat really possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, he would be able to easily kill him once he grew up. For this reason, he had to kill this brat before he could even think about it. However, his innate spiritual root might not be an indigo innate spiritual root. He might have a blue innate spiritual root like me. However, even if he has a blue innate spiritual root, I must get rid of him as soon as possible, lest he becomes a threat in the future. Lian thought to himself. Once again, he sentenced Duan Lingtian to death. Indigo innate spiritual root. Tingshan looked at Duan Lingtian with a gleam in his eyes. An expression of anticipation could be seen on his face. Duan Lingtian, I hope you really possess an indigo innate spiritual root. If your innate spiritual root is indeed an indigo innate spiritual root, Lord Sect Leader will definitely take you in as his direct disciple when he comes out of closed-door cultivation. At that time, even Li and would have no choice but to beg for mercy. Tingshan thought to himself. At this moment, even the other 3 people who were taking the test with Duan Lingtian did not extend their hands to touch the innate spiritual root testing pearl. Their eyes, including the bronze flame elders, were all on Duan Lingtian. They were waiting for Duan Lingtian to place his hand on the spiritual pearl to test his innate spiritual root. Although the 4 Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elders were not present yesterday, they had heard about the death duel between Duan Lingtian and Yangwu, the son of the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, and how Duan Lingtian had killed Yangwu. They were curious about Duan Lingtian, who was not even 40 years old. His cultivation base was at the peak of the divine saint stage at the very least. Did he possess a blue innate spiritual root or indigo innate spiritual root? Duan Lingtian, quickly take the test. The bronze flame elder, standing in front of Duan Lingtian, could not help but urge him softly when he saw Duan Lingtian was not moving at all. His tone was polite. After all, the young man standing in front of him was a genius who was suspected to possess a blue or indigo innate spiritual root. Such a person would at least become a silver flame elder in the Zoroastrianism when he matured in the future. Moreover, if his innate spiritual root was an indigo innate spiritual root, his achievements would be even more exaggerated. Even if such a person had not matured, he was not someone he could afford to offend. All right. Upon hearing the bronze flame elder's reminder, Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he sensed everyone's attention on him. In the end, he extended his hand and placed it on the spiritual pearl that was hovering in front of him. The spiritual pearl was cold to the touch. Apart from that, it gave Duan Lingtian a strange feeling. The spiritual pearl felt ticklish when he touched it. It was as though there was a force from the spiritual pearl that was tickling Duan Lingtian's hand. At the same time, the entire place was silent. Everyone's attention was on the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand. They were anticipating the light that would appear on it. Time continued to pass by quietly. 1 breath passed by, 2 breaths passed by, 3 breaths passed by. The entire place was silent. Not even the slightest sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, held their breaths as they stared fixedly at the spirit pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand, paying attention to the changes on the spirit pearl. Finally, after 10 breaths of time, the spiritual bead began to glow. It's out. Apart from Duan Lingtian, who was slightly anxious, the others immediately became excited. Li An's gaze turned even colder. If Duan Lingtian possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, he would have to change his plans to deal with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, who possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, would definitely be favored by the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. He might even be accepted as a direct disciple by the sect leader. Li An did not want that to happen. If he really possesses an indigo innate spiritual root, I must kill him before Lord Sect leader comes out of closed-door cultivation. I must prevent him from becoming the sect leader's direct disciple. Li An thought to himself viciously. Once Duan Lingtian became the direct disciple of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, unless he had a death wish, he would not dare to do anything to Duan Lingtian. As the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, he was not someone Li An could easily fool. If he possesses an indigo innate spiritual root, I must find a way to get rid of him as soon as possible. I don't want to wait until he becomes Lord, Sect Master's personal disciple before groveling in front of him and even having to apologize to him. Chapter 1907. It was not hard to imagine. If Duan Lingtian had really become the direct disciple of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, even Li An would have no choice but to lower his head and apologize to Duan Lingtian unless he no longer wanted to stay in Zoroastrianism. However, Li An was unwilling to leave Zoroastrianism. Moreover, he was unwilling to bow down to Duan Lingtian as well. For this reason, if Duan Lingtian really possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, there was only one thing he could do. They had to kill Duan Lingtian before the sect leader of fire worship sect came out of his closed-door cultivation so they could nip this threat in the bud. Naturally, if Duan Lingtian only possessed a blue innate spiritual root, there was no need for him to be in such a hurry. After all, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would not be interested in someone with a blue innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian, you better pray that you don't possess an indigo innate spiritual root. Otherwise, even if it's risky, I'll do everything I can to get rid of you as soon as possible. Li An's gaze turned even colder as he looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, The spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand shone brightly. However, when they saw this ray of light, apart from Duan Lingtian, who had an expression that said, "It's true," everyone was stunned. All of them were dumbstruck. Apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone present on the scene seemed to have their necks strangled. They could not make a sound for a long time. Soon after, some of them regained their senses. However, their expressions were rather amusing. "How's this possible? How's this possible? How can Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root be so low? This innate spiritual root is not worthy of Duan Lingtian's innate talent. Is there something wrong with the spiritual pearl? I think there's something wrong with the spiritual pearl as well." After regaining their senses, everyone began to talk amongst themselves. None of them were willing to believe that the scene before them was real. To be more precise, he was unwilling to believe that the results of Duan Lingtian's talent assessment were real. Duan Lingtian's test results were yellow spirit root. Most of the thousands of people who participated in the innate talent assessment today possessed yellow innate spiritual roots. However, since they had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength and the fact that he was not even 40 years old, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to possess a yellow innate spiritual root. A yellow spirit root was not worthy of Duan Lingtian at all. Even if she had a green spiritual root, they felt that she was not good enough for Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, only someone with a blue innate spiritual root or above was worthy of Duan Lingtian's innate talent. Is there something wrong with the spiritual pearl? Apart from the others, even the 4 bronze flame elders and Tingshan, the silver flame elder, felt the same way. Duan Lingtian, there should be something wrong with that spirit pearl. Try another spirit pearl. Try another spiritual pearl, Tingshan said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he gestured at the other bronze flame elder. The bronze flame elder placed the spiritual pearl in front of Duan Lingtian. Lian was still in shock when he learned that Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Due to this reason, he did not object to Teng Shan's arrangement. Of course, in the depths of his heart, he subconsciously felt that there was something wrong with the spiritual bead. Duan Lingtian was not even 40 years old, but he possessed the strength to kill a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator even after he was severely injured. With such innate talent, how could he only possess a yellow innate spiritual root? Elder Tingshan, I don't think there's any need for me to try anymore. There's nothing wrong with the spiritual pearl. My innate spiritual root should be a yellow innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he looked at Tingshan under the watchful eyes of the others. Duan Lingtian knew his innate talent better than anyone else. Although his innate talent had reached the peak in the mortal continent and the cloud continent after he consumed the 10,000 years stalactite milk, his innate talent was only at the peak in the mortal continent and the cloud continent. However, his innate talent was only at the peak in the mortal continent. The peak innate talent of a mortal with 6 points could only be considered as ordinary in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was nothing in the upper province. Apart from that, he did not think there was something wrong with the spiritual pearl when he was being tested. For this reason, he was certain he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. It was impossible for him not to be disappointed by the result of the test. However, since Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, he was able to face it calmly. Use another spiritual pearl to test again. I believe I'm not the only one. The others won't believe you only possess a yellow innate spiritual root. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Teng Shan thought Duan Lingtian did not care about the result of the test. Therefore, he insisted on letting Duan Lingtian take the test again. The others nodded in agreement as well. At this moment, even if Duan Lingtian felt there was no need for him to test again, he was still forced to do so. As Duan Lingtian placed his hand on another spiritual pearl, everyone's attention shifted to the other spiritual pearl that Duan Lingtian was touching. There won't be a problem with the spiritual pearl this time, right? It's rare for there to be a problem once. There won't be a problem again. How can there be such a coincidence? Do you think Duan Lingtian really possesses a yellow innate spiritual root? Do you think it's possible? Unless he knows a secret tactic to conceal his cultivation base or his real age, his innate spiritual root is at least a blue innate spiritual root. Many people did not forget to discuss among themselves as they stared at the spiritual pearl that Duan Lingtian was touching. Another 10 breaths of time passed. As the spiritual pearl glowed faintly, the scene fell silent again. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the spiritual pearl that Duan Lingtian was touching. The light on the spiritual pearl continued to shine. In the end, it seemed to have transformed into a scorching sun. However, when the radiance on the spiritual pearl completely revealed its color, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. After a few moments, the scene became as noisy as a market. It's still a yellow innate spiritual root. How's this possible? Don't tell me there's a problem with the spiritual pearl again. It's possible for one spiritual pearl to have a problem, but 2 spiritual pearls at the same time? Impossible. It seems like Duan Lingtian really only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. Based on the strength he displayed yesterday and his age, how can his innate spiritual root only be a yellow innate spiritual root? Age? Has it ever crossed your mind that since he can conceal his cultivation base, he might be able to conceal his real age as well? Perhaps he's already a few hundred years old and has intentionally concealed his real age to pretend to be young. Now that you mention it, it's possible. Although I've never heard of a secret tactic to conceal one's real age, I've never heard of a secret tactic to conceal one's cultivation base before I met him. For this reason, it's not strange for him to possess a secret tactic to conceal his real age. Humph. A few hundred years old fella actually concealed his real age and cultivation base to participate in the assessment of the 4 symbols, sanctums of Zoroastrianism. This is my first time seeing someone pretending to be young to such an extent. The scene was extremely noisy as everyone discussed among themselves. Initially, some people thought there might be a problem with the second spiritual pearl as well. However, this was quickly rejected. In the end, most people came to the same conclusion. Duan Lingtian was, in fact, an old fella who was a few hundred years old. He was only able to mislead everyone because he knew a secret tactic to conceal his real age and cultivation base. At this moment, even Ting Shan agreed with this statement deep down in his heart. Otherwise, he really did not know how to explain the scene before his eyes. Yellow innate spiritual root? Lian laughed when he saw Duan Lingtian still possessed a yellow innate spiritual root after the second assessment. A hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes. As it turns out, he's just a useless old fart. Previously, just like everyone else, he had thought Duan Lingtian was a young martial genius with extraordinary innate talent. However, it seemed like they had misjudged him. He was obviously an old fart who used a secret tactic to pretend to be young. Old fart? When Duan Lingtian heard the discussion in the surroundings, he could not help but feel shocked. He did not expect people would think he was an old fart who pretended to be young, although he was not even 40 years old. Compared to the people in front of him, he seemed to be the youngest, right? Duan Lingtian did not know whether to laugh or cry when he was referred to as an old fart by a group of people who were older than him. Naturally, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although he felt helpless, he could not explain to others how he managed to possess such strength despite his innate talent. Could he tell others that he possessed the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, and had many fortuitous encounters? Could he tell others that his cultivation base had only recently broken through to the early divine saint stage? Forget it. Let them say what they want. In the end, Duan Lingtian turned a deaf ear to the discussion in the surroundings and shifted his attention back to his innate spiritual root. His heart was filled with bitterness. My innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root. Perhaps if I didn't consume the 10,000-year stalactite milk in the cloud continent, my innate spiritual root would be even lower. How can one's innate spiritual root transform and improve? Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, he was still dissatisfied with his yellow innate spiritual root. He really hoped there was a way to improve his innate spiritual root. My innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root, but I've already cultivated to the early divine saint stage at such a young age. If I can improve my innate spiritual root with the help of the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, wouldn't my cultivation's speed be heaven-defying? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he became slightly excited. However, he seemed to have thought of something. His excitement seemed to have been extinguished by a bucket of cold water. Perhaps I can improve my innate spiritual root now? Based on my earlier observation, I roughly know what the innate spiritual root in this mundane realm is. Chapter 1908. There's more than one way to improve it? How? Duan Lingtian was excited when he heard Hua Lao's words. When he found out he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, although he did not show it on the surface, he was very concerned and disappointed in the depths of his heart. Innate spiritual roots were divided into 7 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. A yellow innate spiritual root was not even a mediocre innate spiritual root. Among the hundreds of people who remained, more than 90% of them had yellow innate spiritual roots like him. A yellow innate spiritual root was not a big deal in the Tao Martial Saint Land. It was not even worth mentioning in the Zoroastrianism. Moreover, most of the ordinary disciples in the Zoroastrianism had yellow innate spiritual roots. Now that he learned from Hua Lao that he could improve his innate spiritual root, how could he not be excited? I was wondering why your cultivation speed is not much faster than an ordinary person, even though you've opened up 99 Saint Veins. Now, it seems like the mundane realms rules are restricting your 99 Saint Veins innate talent. Elder Hu did not answer Duan Lingtian. Instead, he muttered to himself, "The law of this mundane realm." Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Hua Lao's words. It was not his first time hearing about the mundane realms law. According to Hua Lao, when his soul had just transmigrated to this world, the reincarnation Emperor Wu's soul had tried to destroy his soul. However, due to the law of this mundane realm, the reincarnation Emperor Wu had killed himself. Later on, Black Nether's main soul in the Devil Seal tablet had also killed himself due to the law of this mundane realm. His soul did not belong to this mundane realm. It was tainted by the law of another mundane realm. The soul born in this mundane realm had tried to attack his soul in the most direct way. Naturally, it would be killed by the law of the other mundane realm. On the other hand, if he had taken the initiative to use his soul to attack the souls of Emperor Wu and Black Underworld, he would have been the one to die. The realm law was the most mysterious law in the colossal world. Even the strongest heavenly emperors in the Devata realms were restricted by the realm law. Yes, Hua Lao replied. Based on what I've seen so far, apart from the cultivation environment and resources, the innate spiritual root is another factor that limits one's cultivation speed. The innate spiritual root directly determines one's innate talent. The talent bestowed by the holy bloodline is restricted by the rules of this mundane plane and cannot be displayed. Otherwise, with your 99 Saint Veins, you'd be considered a peerless genius even in the Devata realms. Hua Lao finished speaking in one breath. So, the innate spiritual root is unique to this mundane realm? Duan Lingtian was not stupid. He quickly guessed something from Hua Lao's words. That's right, Elder Hua replied again before he continued to say, whether it's the mundane realm where planet Yanhuang is located or the Jade Emperor Heaven, one of the Devata realms that I went to later on, their innate talent is determined by the number of Saint Veins in their bodies. Naturally, in the mundane realm where planet Yanhuang is located, it's not called Saint Veins. It's called Earth Veins. In the Jade Emperor Heaven, it's called Heaven Veins. Hua Lao paused for a moment before he continued to say, however, in this mundane realm, the rules are different. Whether it's humans or beasts, their innate talent is determined by their innate spiritual roots. Now that I've recovered my divine consciousness, I can see the innate spiritual root in the depths of your soul. Your innate spiritual root is only yellow. It's only ordinary in this mundane realm. No wonder your cultivation speed is so slow, even with the help of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. A hint of ridicule could be heard in Hua Lao's voice when he reached the end of his sentence. This yellow innate spiritual root must have transformed after I consumed the 10,000 years stalactite milk in the mortal continent and cloud continent. My innate spiritual root in the past was most likely an orange innate spiritual root or even a red innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian said with a wry smile on his face, the 10,000 years stalactite milk is indeed a rare spiritual root. However, even if it can improve one's innate spiritual root, a yellow innate spiritual root is the limit. Hua Lao said, Hua Lao, I remember when I first met you and the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda used its remaining energy to help me rebirth. Didn't it help me improve my innate spiritual root? At that time, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda had used its remaining energy to help him rebirth. When he was still in the cloud continent, in the mortal continent, the 10,000 years stalactite milk had not only helped him rebirth, but it had also helped him improve his innate spiritual root to the peak of the cloud continent. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda helped you rebirth, but it only improved your physical body. It has nothing to do with your innate spiritual root. Hua Lao explained. Duan Lingtian was enlightened. All the questions in his heart were answered. He finally understood why his innate spiritual root was so weak even though he had opened 99 Saint Veins. He finally understood why his innate spiritual root did not improve when the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda had helped him rebirth. Hua Lao, how should I improve my innate spiritual root? When Duan Lingtian recalled Hua Lao had said there was more than one way to improve his innate spiritual root, he took a deep breath and tried to suppress his excitement before he asked. Earlier, I used my divine consciousness to observe your innate spiritual root. There are 2 ways to improve it. You know one of them as well. Hua Lao said, I know it as well. Duan Lingtian was stunned, and he was slightly puzzled. What was this about? What did he know? If he knew, would he still ask? You've improved your innate spiritual root through that method before. Hua Lao reminded Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood and smiled wryly. So, Elder Hua, you're talking about the 10,000-year stalactite milk. However, didn't you say earlier that the 10,000-year stalactite milk can only elevate the innate spiritual root to the yellow innate spiritual root? I did say that, but that's only the limit of the 10,000 years stalactite milk. In this world, there are many spiritual items that are similar to the 10,000-year stalactite milk, but more miraculous than it. If the 10,000-year stalactite milk can improve the innate spiritual root to yellow, why can't they improve the innate spiritual root further? Hua Lao asked. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. That was right. The 10,000 years stalactite milk had no effect on his innate spiritual root. However, if there were other spiritual roots that were more miraculous than the 10,000 years stalactite milk, would he have to worry about improving his innate spiritual root? Hua Lao, you must know what spiritual roots can improve my innate spiritual root. Tell me quickly. Duan Lingtian asked Hua Lao eagerly. I know many spiritual roots that can improve your innate spiritual root. If I tell you, you might not remember them. How about this? I'll organize the appearance and characteristics of those spiritual roots into information and transmit it to your mind. That way, you'll be able to remember them. As soon as Hua Lao finished speaking, Duan Lingtian felt a vast amount of information surging into his mind. Along with the information was a terrifying aura that made his soul tremble. Duan Lingtian knew it was Hua Lao's powerful divine consciousness that contained a vast amount of information. Usually, he would not feel anything when Hua Lao used a weak divine consciousness to enter his mind. However, at this moment, Hua Lao used a lot of his divine consciousness to transmit a large amount of information. Therefore, Duan Lingtian felt his soul tremble. This was because Hua Lao's divine consciousness was too powerful. Hua Lao's divine consciousness is even more powerful than Li An's. It seems like Elder Hua's strength has recovered quite well recently. While his soul trembled from Hua Lao's divine consciousness, Duan Lingtian also realized that Hua Lao had recovered a lot of his strength. At the very least, he was more powerful than Li An. It's a pity that the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is too restrictive on Hua Lao. Only his divine consciousness can come out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to be so secretive. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but sigh. It was frustrating to have a powerful fighter by his side, but he could not use him at all. Only Duan Lingtian could understand this feeling. As Hua Lao retracted his divine consciousness, Duan Lingtian discovered there was a lot of information in his mind about spiritual items that could improve his innate spiritual root. So many? Duan Lingtian was shocked. However, when Duan Lingtian briefly browsed through the information, he discovered that although there were many spirit objects recorded, he had never seen or heard of any of them before. It seems like it's not easy to find spiritual items to improve my innate spiritual root. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized this as well. Hua Lao, you said there's more than one way to improve my innate spiritual root. Apart from looking for these spiritual items, what else can I do? Duan Lingtian asked. Compared to looking for these spiritual items, the method I'm going to tell you is much simpler. However, compared to the first method, this method might not work. I can tell you, but you'll have to be prepared. Hua Lao said. Might not work? Duan Lingtian was slightly disappointed. However, he still urged Hua Lao tell me. The path of searching for spiritual objects was exceedingly difficult. If there was a shortcut, he would still try it, even if it did not work in the end. This method is related to the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic that you mastered. Hua Lao continued to say, I don't know much about the elementary devouring tactic. However, the advanced devouring tactic of the Heavenly Emperor in the Devata realm is extremely famous. It's said that the advanced devouring tactic can devour everything in the world. Chapter 1909. Devour other people's innate spiritual roots to strengthen my innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Hua Lao's words. Author's note: if this method worked, it could be a shortcut. At the very least, it was more reliable than searching for spiritual items. Yes, it's devouring other people's innate spiritual roots. Hua Lao replied, however, this is only a theory. You'll have to put it into practice to see if it works. Moreover, if it works, the person whose innate spiritual root is devoured by you will lose their innate spiritual root. It's fine if they're dead. However, if they're alive, they won't be able to improve at all after their innate spiritual root is devoured by you. Hua Lao continued to say. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although it sounded cruel to devour other people's innate spiritual roots, he would not devour other people's innate spiritual roots. However, he would not devour the innate spiritual roots of others for no reason. He would only devour the innate spiritual roots of those who deserved to die and those who offended him. That was the only way he would not feel guilty. Although the strong were respected in this world, and it was natural selection, Duan Lingtian still retained the humanity that a human should have in his heart. If he lost his humanity, he would be no different from a cold-blooded animal. Humans were humans because they still had humanity in them. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not reject the idea of using the elementary devouring tactic to strengthen his innate spiritual root, even though it sounded cruel. After all, he would not simply devour other people's innate spiritual roots. He would only devour the innate spiritual roots of those who deserved to die. For example, Lian. Duan Lingtian lifted his head and looked at Lian, the Black Turtle Sanctum's silver flame elder, who was looking at him with disdain. However, with my current strength, it's difficult for me to even get close to him, let alone devour his innate spiritual root. I still need to be strong. I'm still too weak. Although Duan Lingtian was quite strong, he still felt powerless when facing Lian Li and was not only a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, but he was also ranked in the top 300 on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was not someone Duan Lingtian could compare to. Even if he used the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would not be able to harm Lian at all. Instead, he would be killed by Lian. The gap between him and Lian was too big. However, even if I pass the test and stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, Lian 1 won't make a move on me. If I show my indigo innate spiritual root that is valued by the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, he'll definitely take the risk. Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root is Duan's spiritual root is spiritual roots, spiritual root, spiritual roots, spiritual root. Li was. Originally, Lian was mentally prepared to kill Duan Lingtian if his innate spiritual root was revealed to be an indigo innate spiritual root. Even if he had to take the risk, he would not hesitate to kill Duan Lingtian to prevent future troubles. However, now that he saw Duan Lingtian only possessed the ordinary yellow innate spiritual root in Zoroastrianism, he no longer saw Duan Lingtian as a threat. Duan Lingtian was merely an old man who had concealed his age and low innate talent. He did not want to dirty his hands if he personally killed such a person. However, even if Lian won't take the risk, he'll definitely send someone to deal with me. Moreover, Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, will definitely think of ways to deal with me. At that time, I can devour the innate spiritual roots of the people they send to deal with me to strengthen my own innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought of this. He even hoped Li En and Yang Chong would send someone to deal with him as soon as possible. Isn't it too early for me to be thinking about this? Lao had already said that the elementary devouring tactic's ability to devour innate spiritual roots was only a theory. He felt it was theoretically possible. However, I'm not sure if the elementary devouring tactic will be able to devour other people's innate spiritual roots to strengthen my own innate spiritual root. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. He immediately became sober. Since the test was over, Duan Lingtian naturally returned to his seat. Unlike before, after seeing Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, the people in the surroundings no longer paid any attention to Duan Lingtian. In the eyes of most of the people around, Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary person like them. He was not worthy of their attention at all. Currently, they thought Duan Lingtian was someone who had used a secret technique to conceal his true age to gain favor. They even looked down on Duan Lingtian from the bottom of their hearts. He's already so old, and yet he's still pretending to be young. Tui. Some people inadvertently glanced at Duan Lingtian and snorted in disdain. It's fine if he's just pretending to be young, but the problem is he's so ridiculous. Even the 2 silver flame elders from the Black Turtle Sanctum were fooled by him and thought he's a peerless genius. In the end, didn't he reveal his true colors during the innate talent assessment? Such a person is too disgusting. Previously, I also thought I've encountered a peerless genius among the younger generation. I didn't expect he's just an old fart who's pretending to be young using a secret technique. In my opinion, such a person should go to the 18th level of hell. He's too disgusting. Although not many people were paying attention to Duan Lingtian, there were still a few people who were paying attention to Duan Lingtian. They were not polite at all as they mocked Duan Lingtian. These people, Duan Lingtian frowned as he glanced at the few people who mocked him. A displeased expression appeared on his face. I don't seem to know them, and I didn't offend them, right? Put aside the fact that I'm not pretending to be young. Even if I'm pretending to be young, it's fine for them to mock me. However, they actually said they want me to go to hell? The few people who mocked Duan Lingtian were standing near Duan Lingtian. When they saw Duan Lingtian looking at them with a frown on his face, a disdainful expression appeared on their faces. What are you looking at? Old fart, are you still not convinced after I said a few words to you? One of them looked at Duan Lingtian with a sneer on his face. If Duan Lingtian was a peerless genius with a blue or indigo innate spiritual root, it would be fine since he could not afford to offend Duan Lingtian. However, now that he found out Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root and was inferior to him, he naturally did not fear Duan Lingtian at all. In fact, he even wanted to humiliate Duan Lingtian and make a name for himself. Perhaps he could even curry favor with the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. Why not? Watch your mouth. Duan Lingtian said coldly as his expression turned grave. He remembered this person. He was one of the few people who possessed a green innate spiritual root. He was a middle-aged man with a ferocious expression. His name seemed to be Gu Chun. At this moment, Gu Chun had a ferocious smile on his face when he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian had a deep enmity with him. You're just a martial cultivator with a yellow innate spiritual root. How dare you throw a tantrum in front of me? How dare you talk back to me? Gu Chun was stunned. Almost at the instant Gu Chun's words left his mouth, a person nearby laughed out loud and said as though he was eager to see the world in chaos, Gu Chun, don't forget that he even dared to kill Yangwu, the son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder. How could a sectless cultivator like you possibly be worthy of his attention? Upon hearing this person's words, Gu Chun finally remembered Duan Lingtian had killed the son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect yesterday. For a moment, a sense of dread rose in his heart. Perhaps Duan Lingtian's innate talent was inferior to his. However, based on Duan Lingtian's actions yesterday, he was definitely a ruthless person. Otherwise, he would not have dared to offend elderly and kill Yang Wu. Gu Chun's expression changed immediately. He was no longer as aggressive as before. He was afraid after all. When Duan Lingtian saw Gu Chun's expression, how could he not guess what he was thinking? A disdainful smile appeared on his face. After he glanced at Gu Chun indifferently, he no longer looked at him. Instead, he shifted his attention to the 4 people who were participating in the innate talent assessment. When Gu Chun saw Duan Lingtian's disdainful gaze, he felt extremely humiliated. He clenched his fists tightly as his body trembled. He was so angry that he almost crushed his teeth. However, he suppressed his anger in the end. Although he was an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator, he did not dare to act recklessly before he figured out Duan Lingtian's background. Who knew if Duan Lingtian was at the intermediate exemplary saint stage or above? Duan Lingtian, my innate talent is higher than yours. Even if I'm not as good as you now, I'll trample you under my feet and make you beg for mercy one day. Gu Chun roared in his heart, venting the frustration in his heart. The small conflict between Duan Lingtian and Gu Chun did not attract much attention. Most people's attention was focused on the remaining people who were participating in the innate talent assessment. 2 more people were tested to possess green innate spiritual roots. Green innate spiritual roots. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with envy when he looked at the 2 people who possessed green innate spiritual roots. After all, he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. It was a level lower than a green innate spiritual root. After the innate talent assessment ended, it was time for the strength assessment. The strength assessment was divided into two batches. One of the batches was for those who possessed green innate spiritual roots. Their assessment was easier, as long as one's cultivation base was at the divine saint stage or above, one would be able to pass. The other batch was for those who possessed yellow innate spiritual roots. Compared to the former batch, their assessment was much more difficult. Those who did not possess a cultivation base at the exemplary saint stage or above would not be able to pass. Those who possess green innate spiritual roots, follow me. At the same time, the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder Lian spoke. After he finished speaking, he brought 9 people with green innate spiritual roots, including Guchan. He was in charge of this batch of people's assessment. Before Lian left, he did not forget to look at Duan Lingtian coldly with killing intent in his eyes. However, he was ignored by Duan Lingtian. This caused Li An's expression to turn even darker. It was as though he was about to leave with his people. Chapter 1910. Those who possessed green innate spiritual roots left with Lian. Those who possessed yellow innate spiritual roots, including Duan Lingtian, stayed behind. Another Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder, Tingshan, and 4 other Bronze Flame Elders would be in charge of their strength assessment. After Lian left with the others, Tingshan inadvertently glanced at Duan Lingtian. A hint of disappointment could be seen in his eyes. He did not expect things would turn out like this. This young man, whom he had high hopes for from the beginning, only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Could it be that this young man was really an old man like what everyone had said? He was still unwilling to believe it. However, no matter how unwilling he was, the truth was right before his eyes. He had no choice but to believe it. Through the spiritual pearls test, Duan Lingtian could tell this young man who was not even 40 years old possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. It was almost impossible for someone with a yellow innate spiritual root to possess a cultivation base at the peak of the divine saint stage before the age of 40. For this reason, in the depths of his heart, he actually believed Duan Lingtian had concealed his true age. Duan Lingtian, regardless of whether you pass the strength assessment or not, I don't recommend you to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. If you want to leave, I'll get 2 of my friends to escort you. Even Elder Lian won't be able to get help in time if he's caught off guard. He'll only be able to watch us escort you away. A solemn voice transmission suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. He could tell it was the voice of Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder, Tingshan. Elder Tingshan. Duan Lingtian looked at Tingshan in shock. He did not expect Tingshan would still be willing to help him at this moment. He did not even hesitate to offend Lian. He was very touched by this. At the very least, Tingshan did not look down on him just because he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Not only that, but he was even willing to help him at such a critical moment. Such actions were rare and commendable. I hope he'll leave. This is all I can do to help him. Tingshan thought to himself as he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. He was willing to help Duan Lingtian at this moment because he liked Duan Lingtian. He did not want to see Duan Lingtian playing with fire. Moreover, he felt guilty about Lian injuring Duan Lingtian in front of him yesterday. As far as he was concerned, everyone would be happy if Duan Lingtian chose to leave. However, if he did not leave, there was nothing he could do. Tingshan would not be able to help even if he wanted to help him. He would not be able to help him. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, his strength, influence, and charisma were far inferior to Lian. Even if Lian wanted to seek revenge on Duan Lingtian, there was nothing he could do. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian only possessed a blue or indigo innate spiritual root. If Duan Lingtian possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would most likely accept Duan Lingtian as his direct disciple after he came out of closed-door cultivation. Once Duan Lingtian became the direct disciple of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, Lian would not be able to do anything to him. Even if Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root instead of an indigo Duan Lingtian, Tangshan could still recommend Duan Lingtian to the sanctum leader of Black Turtle Sanctum. He believed the sanctum leader of Black Turtle Sanctum would be more than willing to accept a genius like Duan Lingtian as his direct disciple. Once Duan Lingtian became the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of Black Turtle Sanctum, Lian would not be able to do anything to him. However, what surprised him was that Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was not only not an indigo spiritual root, but it was also not a cyan spiritual root. In fact, it was not even green. It was only a yellow innate spiritual root. Yellow innate spiritual roots were the most common innate spiritual roots in Zoroastrianism. Among 100 Zoroastrianism disciples, at least 90 of them would have yellow innate spiritual roots. From this, it could be seen that the yellow spirit root was very common and not even worth mentioning in Zoroastrianism. Thank you, Elder Tingshan. Upon hearing Tangshan's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian immediately expressed his gratitude through voice transmission. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, "However, I don't plan to leave the Black Turtle Sanctum for now. As for the strength assessment later, I'll definitely pass. In addition, please rest assured, Elder Tingshan, since I dared to kill the son of Li An's best friend in front of him, then I am already prepared to bear all the consequences. Elder Tingshan, I, Duan Lingtian, will always remember this favor in my heart." Duan Lingtian's words were so convincing that Tangshan was rendered speechless. He did not know what to say at all. "Fine. Since it's your choice, it's up to you." After a long while, Tangshan finally replied to Duan Lingtian. He sighed. His voice was filled with exhaustion. Following that, Tangshan shifted his attention to the strength assessment for Duan Lingtian and the others. Together with the other 4 bronze flame elders, Tangshan presided over the strength assessment. For Duan Lingtian and the other strength assessment, as long as one was at the exemplary saint stage or above, as long as one took it seriously, the passing rate would be almost 100%. For this reason, the content of the assessment was not worth mentioning at all. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian passed the assessment as expected. Naturally, in the eyes of the others, although Duan Lingtian had passed the assessment, his performance was a little forced. Early exemplary saint stage? For him to barely pass the assessment, he must be at the early exemplary saint stage. Do you think he's intentionally hiding his strength? Perhaps his true strength is not only at the early exemplary saint stage? You're thinking too much, now that everything about him has been exposed. Do you think he still has a reason to hide his strength? How naive! When the people who participated in the assessment with Duan Lingtian saw he had passed the strength assessment, they began to whisper among themselves again. In the end, they were almost certain Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was the same as before. Early exemplary saint stage. If Duan Lingtian was really a young man below the age of 40, his cultivation base would definitely cause a commotion. However, due to the fact that everyone had assumed Duan Lingtian was an old man who was a few hundred years old, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. For this reason, they were not surprised when they saw Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the early exemplary saint stage. They thought it was normal. Duan Lingtian remained calm when he heard the whispers. His true cultivation base was much lower than what these people had guessed. It was only at the early divine saint stage. The reason he had barely passed the strength assessment earlier was because other than the sun saint energy, he did not rely on any other energy at all. Although the saint energy in his body was only at the early divine saint stage, it was not any weaker than an early exemplary saint stage powerhouse, since it had merged with the sun's flame. Since he had just broken through to the early divine saint stage early in the morning, he was still not familiar with the use of his new energy, the saint energy. Due to this reason, people thought he had barely passed the strength assessment. Duan Lingtian merely smiled indifferently when he heard the whispers around him. He was not bothered by it at all. Why would he, Duan Lingtian, care about what other people thought? Those who failed the strength assessment, please leave with these 2 bronze flame elders. Those who passed the strength assessment, please follow the other 2 bronze flame elders back to your residences. The 2 of them will tell you everything you need to take note of as a new disciple. At the same time, Teng Shan's voice resonated in the air as though he was giving advice. The moment Teng Shan's words left his mouth, he glanced at Duan Lingtian before he sighed and left. Since Duan Lingtian had already made his choice, there was nothing he could do. In the future, Duan Lingtian would have to rely on himself. He could not help him even if he wanted to. After Teng Shan left, the group of people who did not pass the strength assessment followed the 2 bronze flame elders dejectedly. The other 2 bronze flame elders called out to the group of people who passed the strength assessment, including Duan Lingtian, and brought them to the depths of the mountain range. During the journey, the 2 bronze flame elders gave Duan Lingtian and the others the uniform of a black turtle sanctum's disciple. The uniform of a black turtle sanctum's disciple was also a white robe with a black turtle pattern embroidered with flames. However, the color of the flames was light gray. It was not eye-catching compared to the white robe. However, one could see the pattern embroidered with the light gray flames on the white robe with just a glance. That's where the sanctum leader of our black turtle sanctum and the 5 silver flame elders cultivate. Unless Lord Sanctum Leader and the Silver Flame elders allow it, no one is allowed to enter. Those who trespass without reason will be killed. After giving out the uniform of a black turtle sanctum's disciple, one of the bronze flame elders looked at the east and reminded them solemnly. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone was filled with killing intent that sent chills down their spines. Duan Lingtian looked over and saw the east was covered in fog. He could not see what was behind the fog at all. It was obvious there was a formation that blocked his vision. The front is where our Black Turtle Sanctum's altar is located. Our Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, is recorded on the Black Turtle statue at the center of the altar. It can be comprehended by the Black Turtle Sanctum. The other bronze flame elder chimed in. Duan Lingtian and the others immediately shifted their gazes from the east to the front. In the forest, a vast flat land appeared before their eyes. Numerous enormous palaces stood in the surroundings of this vast and flat ground. They were grand and imposing, like numerous enormous beasts lying on the ground. An invisible and majestic aura surged out from them, causing one's heart to tremble. At the center of these palaces stood a vast altar. The altar was about 10 meters tall with a gigantic black turtle statue lying on top of it. From afar, it looked like an ancient giant beast that emitted an ancient aura. So many people. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and the others were shocked to see there were many figures hovering in the air around the black turtle statue. Based on their attire, it was obvious they were Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Chapter 1911. What are they doing? A young man who was standing near Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at the 2 bronze flame elders after he glanced at the altar. Everyone, please search for the most complete information. Yes, they're comprehending our Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. One of the bronze flame elders said nonchalantly, the Black Turtle's Barrier. The eyes of the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples, including Duan Lingtian, lit up immediately. Some of them came to Zoroastrianism for the sake of their faith, while others came for a better future. Put everything else aside. Just take the 4 symbols sanctums in the outer area of Zoroastrianism. As long as one became a disciple of any of the 4 symbol sanctums, one would have the chance to comprehend a high-grade divine ability that had been passed down since ancient times. In the four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, apart from the disciples with extraordinary innate talent who would have the chance to enter the saint land of Zoroastrianism and become a saint land disciple, as long as a four-symbol sanctum's disciple successfully comprehended a high-grade divine ability and mastered it. Even if his innate talent was slightly inferior, he would be able to obtain a pass from the four-symbol sanctums and become a saint land disciple. The disciples of Zoroastrianism were divided into outer disciples and saint land disciples. The outer disciples were the disciples of the four symbol sanctums. The saint land disciples were the disciples who usually cultivated in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. They were the true elite disciples of Zoroastrianism. Entering the saint land of Zoroastrianism and becoming a saint land disciple was the goal of every four symbols sanctum's disciple. The saint land had many things that they dreamed of. Only by entering the saint land would they have the chance to become a true powerhouse in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Elders, I heard that our Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade divine ability is the best among the four high-grade divine abilities in the four symbol sanctums. Is this true? Soon after, someone took a deep breath and asked the two bronze flame elders excitedly, "It's true." One of the bronze flame elders nodded. Our Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, is a defensive divine ability. In terms of grade, it's slightly higher than the high-grade divine abilities in the other three sanctums. Rumor has it that in the current era of Zoroastrianism, there are no more than 10 people who have successfully comprehended the Black Tortoise's protective barrier, a high-level divine ability. Another person asked, "No more than 10 people? No way. So little." In the current era of Zoroastrianism, there are tens of thousands of people from the Black Turtle Sanctum. However, there are less than 10 people who have successfully comprehended the high-grade divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier? This is fake news, right? I also think it's fake news. This is too outrageous, isn't it? It must be fake news. This is too ridiculous. Before the two bronze flame elders could reply, the surrounding people were already discussing among themselves. They all thought that this was fake news. Even Duan Lingtian felt the same way. High-grade divine ability. It's not that difficult to comprehend, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He remembered that, apart from the high-grade divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, that Hualao had passed to him through a special method, he had easily comprehended and mastered the high-grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and the otherworldly celestial. The others did not know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Otherwise, put aside the others, just the two Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elders who were standing nearby would have killed him with just a slap on his face. Someone actually thought it was easy to comprehend a high-grade divine ability. That's true. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples, including Duan Lingtian, looked at the two Black Turtle Sanctum's elders, one of the Black Turtle Sanctum's elders nodded solemnly. In the current era of Zoroastrianism, there are indeed less than 10 people who have successfully comprehended the high-grade divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, from the Black Turtle Sanctum. That's true. Duan Lingtian instantly turned pale with fright, and the others were dumbstruck as well. After a long while, the crowd regained their senses. A commotion broke out again. "Oh my God! How difficult is it to comprehend the high-grade divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, from our Black Turtle Sanctum? There are so many people in the current era of Zoroastrianism who have successfully comprehended it from the Black Turtle Sanctum. Initially, I thought it's a good thing to enter the Black Turtle Sanctum, since I'll be able to comprehend the best high-grade divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in the four symbol sanctums. However, it seems like it's impossible for me to comprehend the Black Turtle's Barrier. Although comprehending a divine ability doesn't depend on one's innate spiritual root, it's still less than 1 in 1,000 people who have successfully comprehended the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. I know myself very well. I'm certain I won't be able to comprehend the black turtle's barrier as well. Why wasn't I chosen by the elders from the azure dragon sanctum, white tiger sanctum, and vermilion bird sanctum? Although the divine abilities from the other three sanctums are slightly weaker, they're definitely not that difficult to comprehend. In the midst of the discussion, many people were complaining about why they weren't chosen by the elders of the other three altars. Humph! The two bronze flame elders sneered when they heard the complaints of the black turtle sanctum's new disciples. One of them said calmly, "The black tortoise's protection is the #1 defensive ability of Zoroastrianism. It's normal that it's difficult to comprehend it. However, do you think the other three jars' abilities are so easy to comprehend?" "Exactly," another bronze flame elder sneered. The divine abilities from the other three sanctums, whether it's the azure dragon sanctum's assistive divine ability, the white tiger sanctum's offensive divine ability, or the black turtle sanctum's movement divine ability, although they're not the best assistive divine ability, offensive divine ability, or movement divine ability in our Zoroastrianism, they're not the best assistive divine ability, offensive divine ability, or movement divine ability. However, among the three types of divine abilities of Zoroastrianism, each of them can be ranked in the top 3. In the current era of Zoroastrianism, the number of people from the azure dragon sanctum, white tiger sanctum, and vermilion bird sanctum who manage to comprehend the divine abilities from the other sanctums is definitely not more than 30 people. High-grade divine abilities aren't as easy to comprehend as you think. When the bronze flame elder reached the end of his sentence, his tone became heavier. High-grade divine abilities, are they really so difficult to comprehend? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. This was because he felt he had successfully comprehended the high-grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and the otherworldly celestial. It should not be difficult for him to comprehend the other high-grade divine abilities as well. The more difficult part was comprehending the high-grade divine ability to its limit. Only then would he be able to unleash the full power of the divine ability. However, based on the current situation, it seemed like it was difficult for others to comprehend the high-grade divine ability. For a time, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. He had to look for Hua Lao if he needed help. The moment he thought of Hua Lao, Duan Lingtian asked, "Hua Lao, why do they say it's difficult to comprehend the high-grade divine ability? Is it really that difficult?" "Why don't I think so? The process of me comprehending the high-grade divine abilities, the elementary devouring tactic, and the otherworldly celestial was very smooth." "You really don't know how lucky you are." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hua Lao could not help but smile wryly. "Do you know that the supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, that your master passed down to you, is a supreme technique that not only cultivates the sword, but also the heart. As the saying goes, where the heart is, metal and stone will split. The comprehension of the divine ability is closely related to one's heart. Although your attainments in the Sovereign Heart Sword aren't very high, your heart seems to have been tempered thousands of times. It's only natural that you'll be able to comprehend the divine ability. If you can comprehend the Sovereign Heart Sword to the highest stage, you'll only need 3 days and 3 nights to comprehend a high-grade divine ability." Hua Lao's voice was filled with envy. "I've told you that your master is a rare genius even in the Devata realms. It's your good fortune to be able to obtain the Sovereign Heart Sword from him. The Sovereign Heart Sword has such a function. Isn't this too monstrous?" Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. He felt as though this was his first time learning about the Sovereign Heart Sword. At this moment, he finally understood why it was so easy for him to comprehend the high-grade divine abilities, the elementary devouring tactic, and the otherworldly celestial. As it turned out, it was all thanks to the Sovereign Heart Sword. "Does this mean if I can comprehend the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, my heart will be tempered thousands of times, and my speed of comprehending divine abilities in the future will be much faster? Duan Lingtian asked Hualao after he took a deep breath to suppress his excitement. Of course, Hualao replied affirmatively. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He was extremely excited. In this case, it won't be difficult for me to comprehend the high-grade, defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, that's difficult for ordinary people to comprehend. However, I really didn't expect the Black Turtle Sanctum's divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, to be the #1 defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism is one of the 3 most powerful forces in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. The #1 defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, must be one of the top defensive divine abilities in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian became even more excited when he thought about this. This was because he was about to obtain a top defensive divine ability in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. The Black Turtle's barrier, the #1 defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism? No wonder it's so difficult to comprehend. Although the divine abilities in the other 3 sanctums aren't as powerful as the Black Turtle's barrier, they're still quite extraordinary. The difficulty of comprehending them isn't much lower than the Black Turtle's barrier. It seems like no matter which divine ability it is, it still depends on one's comprehension ability if they want to comprehend it. Comprehension ability has nothing to do with one's innate spiritual root. It's hard to say if any of us will be able to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier. After listening to the 2 Bronze Flame Elders' words, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples no longer grumbled. I'm sure all of you have seen the palaces around the altar. These palaces each have their own duties. After we've arranged a place for all of you to stay, all of you can come and have a look around. Now, follow us to where all of you will be staying. Following that, Duan Lingtian and the others followed the 2 Bronze Flame Elders to where they would be staying. Chapter 1912. The residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples was located on the west side of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Idiom. There were many narrow thatched cottages standing on a large piece of empty land. It looked a little shabby. When one looked up, one could see many floating islands floating in the air. However, these floating islands were not very spacious. Moreover, there were only wooden cottages on them. Although they were slightly more spacious than the thatched cottages below, they were still rather narrow. These floating islands with wooden cottages floated at the same level. They were densely packed, and one could not even count how many of them there were. When one continued to look up, one could see more floating islands. There was a small courtyard on each of these floating islands. Apart from flowers, trees, and stone tables, there was also a spacious house in the small courtyard. Compared to the wooden cottages and thatched cottages below, the environment here was much better. When one continued to look up, one could see 10 gigantic floating islands. There was a spacious mansion on each of the 10 floating islands. One could even see the heaven and earth spirit energy in the form of mist in the surroundings. From afar, one could see the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings of the 10 floating mansions was very dense. It was not something the small courtyards, wooden cottages, or thatched cottages below could compare to. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian and the others had already followed the 2 Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elders to the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Their attention was completely attracted by the 10 floating mansions at the highest point. Do you see the 10 floating mansions at the highest point? Those are the Primus houses where the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples stay. There are at least 10 large-scale spirit gathering formations set up inside. The cultivation environment inside is not inferior to the cultivation environment of Lord Sanctum Leader, Lord Silver Flame Elder, and us. One of the Bronze Flame Elders explained to Duan Lingtian and the others. 10 large-scale spirit-gathering formations, the cultivation environment is not inferior to Lord Sanctum Leader's residence. As soon as the bronze flame elder finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. When he looked at the 10 floating mansions again, his eyes were filled with passion. The others also took a deep breath as they stared at the 10 floating mansions with a burning gaze. The Primus houses are the best residences for the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. They belong to the 10 most powerful people in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Another bronze flame elder said. His words seemed to have transformed into a bucket of cold water that fell on the heads of Duan Lingtian and the rest, causing them to regain their senses one by one as bitter smiles appeared on their faces. Like I said, not just anyone can live in such a good place. My goodness, I'm afraid the 10 most powerful people in the Black Turtle Sanctum are all at the quintessential saint stage, right? Definitely. It said that there are only 3 ways for a Zoroastrianism, 4-symbol sanctum's disciple to obtain a 4-symbol sanctum's pass and enter the Saint Land to become a Saint Land disciple. I've heard that too. The first way was to successfully comprehend the high-grade divine ability in the 4-symbol sanctums. The second way was to display his monstrous talent and obtain the special permission of any of the sanctum's leaders. The third way was to pass the Saint Land test. Among them, the Holy Land test is the most difficult. That's right. It said that one must at least be at the mastery, quintessential saint stage to pass the Saint Land test. Moreover, some of the 4-symbol sanctum's disciples who have just broken through to the mastery, quintessential saint stage can't even pass the Saint Land test. The Saint Land test is too difficult. A few of the new Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who knew about the Zoroastrianism, 4-symbol sanctums, disciples chimed in one after another. Then, does this mean the 10 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples living in these 10 floating mansions are at least at the intermediate quintessential saint stage? There might even be someone at the mastery quintessential saint stage among them? It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out based on the words of the new Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. With my current strength, I still can't enter these Primus houses to cultivate. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. However, he did not mind that he could not enter for the time being. The 4th level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda had already been repaired. According to Hua Lao, the cultivation environment inside was completely different from the 3rd level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. Perhaps it would give him a pleasant surprise. Naturally, the cultivation environment in the outside world would also affect the cultivation environment inside the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. If it was possible, Duan Lingtian also hoped that he could cultivate in these Primus houses. After learning the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples living in these Primus houses were at least at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. The group of new Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples around Duan Lingtian no longer dared to have any thoughts about the Primus houses. This was because they did not have the strength to do so now. The strongest among them was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. They were still a distance away from the early quintessential saint stage, let alone the intermediate quintessential saint stage. For a moment, everyone's eyes moved down at the same time and landed on the 100 floating courtyards below. At the same time, the bronze flame elder's voice resonated in the air. These 100 hanging courtyards are also the residences of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. They're also known as the Secundus houses. Although the cultivation environment inside is not as good as the Primus houses, there are still 5 large-scale spirit gathering formations set up in them. Secundus houses. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. An eager expression appeared on his face. The 10 Primus houses were occupied by Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were at the intermediate quintessential saint stage and above. The 100 Secundus houses should be occupied by Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who are at the early quintessential saint stage and some who are at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Duan Lingtian was not a match for Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were at the early quintessential saint stage. However, Duan Lingtian was confident he could fight a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Duan Lingtian shared the same thoughts as a few of the Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples who were at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. With my cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, I should be able to fight for Secundus House as my residence in the Black Turtle Sanctum. I don't believe I'm not a match for the disciples at the peak of the exemplary saint stage in the Secundus Houses. I must defeat one of them and obtain the right to own the Secundus House. I'll definitely have a place in the Secundus House. The few Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples who were at the peak of the exemplary saint stage spoke confidently. However, their confidence was met with a sneer from a Bronze Flame Elder. When the few Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples who were at the peak of the exemplary saint stage looked at the Bronze Flame Elder in confusion, the Bronze Flame Elder pointed below the Secundus House. Do you see the wooden houses in the sky and the thatched cottages on the ground? Those are the Secundus House and the Secundus House. There are a total of 1,000 Secundus Houses and 10,000 Secundus Houses. Moreover, the occupancy rate is always above 80%. In other words, there are close to 10,000 disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Do you think there's not even 100 early quintessential saint stage disciples among these 10,000 disciples? Do you think you can get a share of the Secundus House with just that little bit of strength? What a joke! The Bronze Flame Elder laughed again when he reached the end of a sentence. The few new disciples who were at the peak of the exemplary saint stage blushed in embarrassment. Close to 10,000 people? Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard the Bronze Flame Elder's words. He did not expect the Black Turtle Sanctum would have so many disciples. The Black Turtle Sanctum was only one of the 4 symbol sanctums. This means there are close to 40,000 outer disciples of the Zoroastrianism in the 4 symbol sanctums, coupled with the Saint Land disciples and the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism. There are more than 40,000 people in the Zoroastrianism sect. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but gasp. He finally realized how big the Zoroastrianism was. There were more than 40,000 people in the Zoroastrianism sect. This was definitely the sect with the most people that Duan Lingtian knew. The Zoroastrianism really lives up to its name as one of the 3 most powerful sects in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, the 40,000 people in the Zoroastrianism sect are elites even in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, especially those who stand out from the rest. They're practically the leaders of an era in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. At this moment, Duan Lingtian deeply felt how big the Zoroastrianism sect was. In comparison, he was so insignificant that he was not worth mentioning at all. There are 3 spirit gathering formations in the Secundus House. As for the Secundus House, there's only 1 spirit gathering formation. The Bronze Flame Elder continued to say, I'm sure all of you can guess the rules here, even if I don't tell you. In this place, apart from killing and maliciously maiming others, there's no rule against fighting. As long as you're strong enough, you can snatch a house from any of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. The Bronze Flame Elder's words instantly ignited the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, including Duan Lingtian. It made all of them eager to fight. All of you can first look for a Secundus House and change into our Black Turtle Sanctum's uniform. After that, all of you can look for a house on your own. It doesn't matter if there's someone else in the house you've chosen. After informing Duan Lingtian and the others, the 2 Bronze Flame Elders turned around and left. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian followed the crowd to the Secundus House. The occupancy rate of the Secundus House was indeed more than 80%. There were only slightly more than 1,000 thatched cottages left. This year's new disciples are here. At this moment, some people walked out of the Secundus house and Secundus house one after another. They watched as the new disciples who had changed into the Secundus house's uniform came out of the Secundus house, one after another. I want to challenge you. The moment Duan Lingtian came out, he heard a familiar voice. When he raised his head, he saw Gu Chun. Gu Chun, who possessed a green innate spiritual root and had a conflict with him earlier, was hovering in front of a Secundus house. He was confronting a mystical sky mansion's senior disciple who had just walked out of the Secundus house. They're here as well. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian also saw the other Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples who possessed green innate spiritual roots. Chapter 1913. You're challenging me? The Black Turtle Sanctum's senior disciple, who was targeted by Gu Chun, was stunned when he heard Gu Chun's words. Everyone, please search for the complete answer. Damn! Although his strength was not the strongest among the 1,000 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples in the Tertius houses, as a mastery exemplary saint stage martial cultivator, he could be ranked in the middle. However, a new disciple who had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum wanted to challenge him to a Tertius house. When the senior disciple regained his senses, his eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Gu Chun. Gu Chun is only at the early exemplary saint stage, but he dares to challenge a senior disciple in the Tertius house. Duan Ling narrowed his eyes. He could not figure out where Gu Chun got his courage from. Most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's senior disciples who were able to stay in the Tertius houses were at the early exemplary saint stage or above. Gu Chun had just arrived, but he had already challenged a senior disciple? The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples, including Duan Lingtian, and some of the Black Turtle Sanctum's senior disciples who had left their residences, immediately gathered around to watch the show. Wang Jiao, do you look like you're a pushover? You're actually being treated as a pushover by the newcomer. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's senior disciples gathered around, many of them laughed and teased the senior disciple who was challenged by Gu Chun. Wang Jiao's face turned pale when he heard his fellow disciples teasing. His gaze turned colder as he looked at Gu Chun. Brat, Wang Jiao, accept your challenge. Come, let me see what you're made of. How dare you challenge me, Wang Jiao? The moment Wang Jiao's words left his mouth, his eyes turned cold as battle intent surged out of his body. You're Wang Jiao, right? However, Gu Chun had no intention of making a move at all. He hovered in the air and looked at Wang Jiao calmly. Why, you're the one who challenged me, but you don't dare to make a move now? Wang Jiao smiled disdainfully. Sometimes a challenge doesn't require one to make a move. Perhaps, senior brother Wang Jiao, you'll take the initiative to admit defeat later? Under the watchful eyes of the others, a faint smile appeared on Gu Chun's face. It was as though victory was already in his hands. Admit defeat? I think you must be dreaming. Hearing Gu Chun's words, Wang Jiao was stunned for a moment before sneering. Admit defeat? Gu Chun is overthinking it. Many of the new disciples shook their heads. They looked at Gu Chun as though they were looking at an idiot. Is there something wrong with this Gu Chun? He's just an early exemplary saint stage new disciple. What makes him think he can make an old disciple admit defeat? What nonsense. Do you really think you're invincible just because you have a green innate spiritual root? Ridiculous. The new disciples with yellow innate spiritual roots who came with Duan Lingtian kept mocking Wang Jiao. As for the new disciples who came with Gu Chun, for some reason, none of them said anything. A few of them seemed to have recalled something when they looked at Gu Chun, causing them to frown slightly. Early exemplary saint stage? As the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples discussed among themselves, the group of senior disciples also learned about Gu Chun's cultivation base. They immediately looked at Wang Jiao again and teased. Wang Jiao, did you hear that? although this junior brother's cultivation base is only at the early exemplary saint stage. He has a green innate spiritual root. He's not someone you can afford to offend. That's right. Just admit defeat. This junior brother might not be as strong as you now, but it doesn't mean he won't surpass you in the future. Wang Jiu, be sensible. If you don't want to suffer in the future, just admit defeat and give up your tertius house. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum senior disciples seemed to be advising Wang Jiu out of goodwill, but they were actually mocking him. So what if he had a green innate spiritual root? He did not have the right to live in a tertius house with that little bit of innate talent. Green innate spiritual root? Wang Jiu's face turned red from anger when he was mocked by his fellow disciples. He vented his anger on Gu Chun. So what if you have a green innate spiritual root? A mere green innate spiritual root isn't enough for me to admit defeat. You're only at the early exemplary saint stage, but you dare to step all over me? If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be surnamed Wang. Wang Jiu's voice turned cold when he reached the end of his sentence. It seemed as though the air in the surroundings had turned colder as well. Gu Chun's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "That's right. My innate spiritual root isn't enough for you to fear. It's also not enough for you to admit defeat and give up your tertius house. However, what if I tell you my master is the Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame elder, Lian?" A mocking smile appeared on Gu Chun's face when he reached the end of his sentence. His gaze turned colder as well. "Lian." As soon as Gu Chun finished speaking, apart from the few new disciples who had green innate spiritual roots who came with him, the others, including Duan Lingtian, narrowed their eyes. Some of them even had a fearful expression on their faces. Wang Jiu's rage was completely extinguished by Gu Chun's words, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. If Li En was the disciple of the other 4 silver flame elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum, it would not matter if Wang Jiu refused to give up his house, since the 4 silver flame elders would not lower themselves to deal with him. However, Li En, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame elder, was different. Li En was known for his vengeful nature in the Black Turtle Sanctum and the entire Zoroastrianism. Those who offended Li En usually did not have a good ending. For this reason, in the Black Turtle Sanctum and the entire Zoroastrianism, nobody was willing to offend Li En or the people around him unless they had a powerful background. This included Li En's disciple. Due to this reason, Wang Jiu's anger was instantly extinguished. The name Li En was enough to send chills down his spine. He's Elder Li En's disciple? Hasn't Elder Li En not accepted any disciples for many years? Why would he suddenly accept a new disciple who only has a green innate spiritual root as his disciple? As far as I know, Elder Li En's other 3 disciples all have blue innate spiritual roots. What's so special about a new disciple who only has a green innate spiritual root to be accepted by Elder Li? When the group of senior disciples heard Gu Chun's words, they were shocked and confused. Since when did Elder Li En have such bad taste? Naturally, they did not think Gu Chun was lying. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, nobody dared to joke about Elder Li En. What's going on? How did Gu Chun become Elder Li En's disciple? Don't tell me Elder Li En took a liking to him because his performance was the most outstanding among the few people with green innate spiritual roots. A group of new disciples with yellow innate spiritual roots looked at the other new disciples with green innate spiritual roots curiously and blankly. All of them wanted to get an answer from them. When the group of senior disciples heard the discussion among the new disciples, they turned to look at the few new disciples as well. During the strength assessment, Gu Chun's performance was not as outstanding as ours. He only became Elder Li En's disciple because he promised Elder Li En that he would cooperate with Elder Li En to deal with Duan Lingtian. One of the new disciples with a green innate spiritual root said indignantly. When he spoke, he deliberately looked at Duan Lingtian. Is it because of Duan Lingtian? All the new disciples shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian immediately. Heavens! How much does Elder Lian hate Duan Lingtian? Just because Gu Chun flattered him and said he would cooperate with him to deal with Duan Lingtian, accepted Gu Chun as his disciple? It seems like Duan Lingtian has completely enraged him by killing his best friend's son in front of him. Isn't this too much? Elder Lian shouldn't be so shallow, right? The group of new disciples had an expression of disbelief on their faces as they looked at Duan Lingtian. They began to whisper among themselves again. In fact, they were not the only ones. Even Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he found out the reason Lian accepted Gu Chun as his disciple. Was this not too much? At the same time, the group of senior disciples in the surroundings also learned about the situation. When they learned about Duan Lingtian's valiant act of killing Yangwu, the son of Li An's best friend, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, they could not help but secretly give Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Regardless of what would happen to Duan Lingtian in the Black Turtle Sanctum, for someone who dared to go against Elder Lian in the Black Turtle Sanctum, they admired him from the bottom of their hearts. However, how much does Elder Lian hate him? He actually accepted a new disciple who only has a green innate spiritual root as his disciple for Duan Lingtian. The group of senior disciples was puzzled by this as well. In the end, they could only blame Elder Lian for hating Duan Lingtian too much. At the same time, some of the new disciples who were standing near Duan Lingtian could not help but move away from Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian was the god of plague. I admit defeat. At the same time, Wang Jiu, who had completely suppressed his anger, took the initiative to admit defeat when Gu Chun challenged him due to his fear of Silver Flame Elder Lian. After admitting defeat, Wang Jiu left the Tertius house that originally belonged to him dejectedly. A wise man submits to circumstances. You're very smart. Gu Chun raised his head arrogantly. As soon as he finished speaking, he shifted his gaze from Wang Jiu to Duan Lingtian. His eyes were extremely cold. The others thought Lian had accepted Wang Jiu as his disciple because he had flattered Duan Lingtian. Only Wang Jiu knew there was another important reason. He would be able to recommend someone with an indigo innate spiritual root to Lian in the near future. Moreover, he was 100% sure that person would be willing to become Li An's direct disciple. These were the things he had promised Li An through voice transmission. Humph! When Duan Lingtian saw Gu Chun entering the Tertius house and was about to close the door, he snorted coldly. Then he appeared in front of the Tertius house like a ghost and extended his hand to stop the door from closing. Chapter 1914. Gu Chun, who had just entered the Tertius house and was about to close the door, saw a flash before his eyes. A figure appeared at the door and stopped him from closing it. Duan Lingtian. When Gu Chun took a closer look, he discovered the person who stopped him from closing the door was none other than Duan Lingtian. A hint of dread flashed in Gu Chun's eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian. Earlier, he had learned from the new disciples who participated in the strength assessment with Duan Lingtian that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had already entered the early exemplary saint stage. At that time, he knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. Putting everything else aside, just the powerful divine ability that Duan Lingtian had cast during the battle with Yangwu yesterday had already made him feel ashamed of his own inferiority. He even admitted he was far from being a match for Duan Lingtian. What are you trying to do? For this reason, Gu Chun was slightly nervous when he faced Duan Lingtian. He no longer had the arrogance he had when he faced Wang Jiu. Although he was no match for Wang Jiu, he was not afraid Wang Jiu would attack him since his master was Li An, the first elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum. However, Duan Lingtian was different. Based on Duan Lingtian's actions yesterday, it was not difficult to see Duan Lingtian was not afraid of his master at all. Due to this reason, when he faced Duan Lingtian, he had subconsciously lowered his head. Even his voice had become much softer. Wang Jiu, who had just walked out, was so angry that he almost threw up blood when he saw this. He was an old disciple, but he was not as intimidating as a new disciple. He felt as though he had lived for so many years in vain. Naturally, he had also heard the conversation between the new disciples earlier. He knew this new disciple, Duan Lingtian, had fallen out with Li En, the first Silver Flame Elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum, even though he had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duan Lingtian was not even afraid of Li En, let alone Li An's disciple, Gu Chen. This Duan Lingtian is not a bad person. Wang Jiu instinctively turned his head around, and when he saw Gu Chen's dark expression, he felt a sense of relief. To a certain extent, Duan Lingtian's actions had helped him vent his anger. This caused him to have a good impression of Duan Lingtian. Sniff, sniff, sniff. In fact, it was not only Wang Jiu. Even the group of senior disciples and new disciples present on the scene could not help but have a good impression of Duan Lingtian. They also found Gu Chen's behavior of using the tiger's might to intimidate others displeasing to their eyes. However, due to their fear of Li En, who was backing Gu Chen, they did not dare to show their displeasure, even though they disliked Gu Chen. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had stepped forward and done something they did not dare to do. Not only did it make them feel relieved, but it also made them like Duan Lingtian. Even the new disciples who looked down on Duan Lingtian for pretending to be young now had a better impression of Duan Lingtian. This was something Duan Lingtian did not expect. "What am I doing?" Duan Lingtian sneered when he saw Gu Chen's anxious expression. "What can I do? I've taken a liking to your Tertius house. I, Duan Lingtian, want to challenge you, Gu Chen." As soon as he spoke, Duan Lingtian made a move to snatch the Tertius house from Gu Chen. Gu Chen's expression changed slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, when he met Duan Lingtian's cold gaze, his heart trembled. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. I'll let him be smug for now. I'll deal with him later. As for the Tertius house, it doesn't matter if I give it to him. After all, with my current status, I can stay in any Tertius house I want. The moment Gu Chen thought of this, he walked out of the Tertius house. It was obvious he wanted to give the house to Duan Lingtian. So this is Elder Li An's new disciple? What an embarrassment to Elder Li An. If I were Elder Li An, I'd definitely kick him out. Isn't it embarrassing for someone with a green innate spiritual root to act so cowardly in front of someone with a yellow innate spiritual root? When the senior and new disciples saw Gu Chen leaving the Tertius house to Duan Lingtian, the group of senior and new disciples present on the scene could not help but cause a commotion. They mocked Gu Chen as much as they could. Since there were so many of them mocking Gu Chen, they were not worried Lian would target all of them. Gu Chen's expression turned even uglier when he heard those mocking words. He clenched his fists tightly, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He felt extremely humiliated. At the same time, his teeth began to chatter, making a crisp sound as if they were about to be crushed. Endure. I have to endure it. I'm no match for him right now. Even if I were to attack him now, I would only be looking for trouble. Why don't we just bear with it for now and wait for our strength to rise and surpass him in the future? Then we'll settle the score with him. Gu Chen gritted his teeth and tried his best to restrain himself as he consoled himself. He only has a yellow innate spiritual root, while I have a green innate spiritual root. It's not difficult for me to surpass him. From Gu Chen's point of view, this was not the case. Although Duan Lingtian was also at the early exemplary saint stage like him, due to his high innate talent, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Duan Lingtian. As long as he raised his cultivation base and widened the gap between him and Duan Lingtian, why would he be afraid of Duan Lingtian's divine ability? Yesterday, Duan Lingtian had cast the divine ability, the devouring tactic, to kill Yang Wu despite being heavily injured. Although Gu Chen did not know what Duan Lingtian had cast, it had left a deep impression on him. Due to this reason, Gu Chen realized that he was not a match for Duan Lingtian. It was impossible for him to be a match for Duan Ling Tian with the same cultivation base. Did I allow you to leave? When Gu Chun walked out of the Tertius house and was about to leave Duan Ling Tian spoke again. He looked coldly at Gu Chun, who had stopped moving when he heard his words. Gu Chun had been picking on him since the beginning. Since that was the case, he did not mind. However, who would have thought Gu Chun would be so rude to him? In order to become Li An's disciple, Gu Chun did not hesitate to flatter Li An and join forces with Li An to deal with him. Since Gu Chun had already decided to join forces with Li An to deal with him, why was there a need for him to be polite to Gu Chun? Duan Ling Tian, I've already given you the Tertius house. What do you want? Gu Chun turned around and looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was walking toward him step by step. Horror dawned on his face immediately as he retreated in a panic. Due to his fear before the battle even began, his aura was completely suppressed by Duan Ling Tian. He did not have the slightest intention to resist at all. With every step Duan Ling Tian took, it was as though he was stepping on his heart, causing his heart to tremble violently. Don't act recklessly. My master is Elder Lien. He's the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. He's only second to Lord Sanctum Leader. Gu Chun panicked when he saw Duan Ling Tian was getting closer and closer to him. He was so flustered that he did not even know what to say. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten everything. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian was never afraid of his master, Lien. Don't worry, I won't kill you. The rules of Zoroastrianism don't allow me to kill you. I just want to teach you a lesson that you won't forget for the rest of your life. Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly. In the end, only Gu Chun could hear him clearly. No. Gu Chun cried out in horror before his voice came to an abrupt halt. The instant his voice came to an abrupt halt, his entire body was enveloped by a layer of expanding golden light barrier. He was completely submerged within it, as though he was being devoured by the rapidly expanding golden light barrier. At this moment, even the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene could not see anything. What's this territory? They could see that the light that appeared before them was Duan Ling Tian's territory. Put aside the power of this territory, just the dazzling golden light alone was enough to block their vision. Don't tell me Duan Ling Tian is going to kill him. A new Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple asked in shock. I don't think so. In Zoroastrianism, it's normal for disciples to fight with each other. However, if someone kills or cripples someone with malicious intent, he'll be sentenced to death. An old disciple said, Unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian's territory is too dazzling. We can't see what's going on inside at all. I wonder what he's doing. I suspect he's purposely blocking our vision. Based on this, we can see that Gu Chun is going to be in trouble. A fox assuming the tigers might deserves to be unlucky. As the group of new and old disciples discussed among themselves, a hint of schadenfreude could be heard in their voices. The golden light in front of everyone was the 10,000 swords territory that Duan Ling Tian cast just in time. It was consolidated by the Sun Saint energy and was extremely dazzling. It was like a real sun that completely blocked everyone's vision. Duan Ling Tian stood in the 10,000 swords territory like a javelin. Gu Chun had fainted next to his feet. He was motionless like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not plan to kill him. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian had his reasons for doing this. Walao, if I want to devour his innate spiritual root, what should I do next? Duan Ling Tian contacted Elder Hua in a timely manner and revealed his intention at the same time. He planned to devour Gu Chun's innate spiritual root. Gu Chun's innate spiritual root was a green innate spiritual root. It was one level higher than his yellow innate spiritual root. If he could devour Gu Chun's green innate spiritual root, theoretically his yellow innate spiritual root would turn into a green innate spiritual root. Of course, up until now this was only a theory. Duan Ling Tian did not know if he would succeed or not. For this reason, he was slightly anxious when he contacted Hua Lao. Soon after, Hua Lao's voice resonated in the air. With your current cultivation base, you still can't locate his innate spiritual root with your divine consciousness. I'll use my divine consciousness to guide you to his innate spiritual root. After you find it, you can cast the devouring tactic. All right. Chapter 1915. Although Elder Hua had told Duan Ling Tian about the spiritual items that could improve one's innate spiritual root, it would be easier for Duan Ling Tian to identify and understand the appearance and characteristics of the spiritual items, making it easier for him to find them. However, Duan Ling Tian discovered that he had never heard of any of the spiritual items before. Those spiritual objects, he had never even heard of them before, let alone talk about seeing them. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian also realized at that time that those spirit objects were illusory existences to the current him. If there was another way to improve one's innate spiritual root, he would rather not take this path. However, at this moment, there was a shortcut before Duan Ling Tian. He could use the high-grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to devour other people's innate spiritual roots to strengthen his own innate spiritual root. However, up until now, this shortcut was only Elder Hua's theory. As for whether it was feasible or not, it all depended on Duan Ling Tian to put it into practice. Gu Chun, you can only blame yourself for always going against me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have coveted your innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian looked at Gu Chun, who was knocked out by him. He raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, "You're the one who sent yourself to me to be my test subject. Don't blame me for this." Hua Lao. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian contacted Hua Lao and asked, "What should I do now? Is there anything I need to pay attention to?" It was his first time devouring an innate spiritual root, so he could only ask Hua Lao since he was not familiar with the process. Perhaps Hua Lao did not know how to use the elementary devouring tactic to devour an innate spiritual root. However, even if Hua Lao had not seen it before, he must have heard of it. Place your hand on his head and send your divine consciousness into his soul through my divine consciousness. I'll guide you to his innate spiritual root. At that time, you can use your divine consciousness to locate his innate spiritual root and try to cast the elementary devouring tactic with your hand that's touching his head. Hua Lao's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. All right. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian did not doubt Hua Lao's words. He immediately squatted down and placed his right hand on Gu Chun's head. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's heartbeat quickened, and his heart was filled with anxiety. To him, this was an important experiment. If he succeeded, he would be able to improve his innate spiritual root in a short time. If he failed, he would have to continue to search for enlightenment. If he failed, his innate spiritual root would improve his innate spiritual root. Whether his innate spiritual root could be improved as soon as possible would have a great impact on him. This was because his innate spiritual root determined his cultivation speed. If his cultivation speed was fast, he would be able to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible, so he could rescue Kerr and his daughter as soon as possible. If his cultivation speed was slow, it would be impossible for him to rescue Kerr and his daughter. I hope it'll be successful. No, it must be successful. When Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness and sent it into Gu Chun's head through Hua Lao's divine consciousness, he was shouting in his heart. At this moment, he had an unprecedented desire to devour Gu Chun's innate spiritual root and strengthen his own innate spiritual root. Two soul consciousnesses silently entered Gu Chun's mind and soul. His innate spiritual root is right in front of you. With your current cultivation base, you can't sense its presence with your divine consciousness. However, now that you're here, as long as you calm down, you should be able to sense its aura. This aura is mixed with the rich heaven and earth spirit energy. You can try to sense it now. When Hua Lao stopped moving his divine consciousness, Hua Lao said to Duan Lingtian. "All right." Duan Lingtian responded and stopped moving his divine consciousness. At the same time, he used his divine consciousness to sense the aura in his surroundings. Initially, his divine consciousness did not sense any special aura in his surroundings. However, with Hua Lao's repeated reminders, his divine consciousness finally locked onto Gu Chun's green innate spiritual root. "I've locked onto his innate spiritual root. Hua Lao, what should I do now?" Duan Lingtian asked Hua Lao as he tried to suppress the excitement in his heart. Perhaps the aura emitted by Gu Chun's innate spiritual root was very obvious to Hua Lao. However, to Duan Lingtian, it was almost non-existent. If it were not for Hua Lao's repeated reminders, he would not have discovered Gu Chun's innate spiritual root at all. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was very excited when he discovered his divine consciousness had locked onto Gu Chun's innate spiritual root. After you've locked onto his innate spiritual root with your divine consciousness, you can cast the elementary devouring tactic and let the elementary devouring tactic's devouring force surge out of your hand and follow your divine consciousness to his soul and innate spiritual root. Since you've already locked onto his innate spiritual root, this process is not difficult for you. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Hua Lao reminded him in a timely manner. As soon as Hua Lao finished speaking, Duan Lingtian immediately did as he was told. Elementary devouring tactic. Although this was not the first time Duan Lingtian had cast the elementary devouring tactic, he had not used any technique when he had cast it in the past. All he did was directly devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. However, this time, the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic that he cast was filled with skill. This was because he was not devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy, but a person's innate spiritual root. The innate spiritual root was hidden in the depths of a person's soul. Unless one was at the saint celestial stage or above, one would not be able to sense its existence with one's divine consciousness, let alone lock onto it. However, with Hua Lao's help, Duan Lingtian had successfully locked onto Gu Chun's innate spiritual root. Just as Hua Lao had said, the entire process was very smooth. Devour. When the devouring force entered Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness and came into contact with Gu Chun's innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian could not help but cry out in his heart. At the same time, he controlled the devouring force to engulf the innate spiritual root that he had locked onto with his divine consciousness. Gu Chun's green innate spiritual root was originally shining with a faint green light. However, after it was engulfed by the devouring force, it disappeared into Gu Chun's soul as though it had never existed. Just like that, Gu Chun's innate spiritual root disappeared into his soul. Hua Lao has already devoured his innate spiritual root. There seems to be a special energy in the devouring force. It must be the energy of the innate spiritual root. However, this energy seems to be draining away continuously. I've already retrieved the devouring force and let it come closer to my soul. What should I do now? As Duan Lingtian communicated with Hua Lao, he controlled the devouring force to return to his body and let it enter his soul. His innate spiritual root was also in his soul. Even if Hua Lao did not remind him, he knew he had to do this. Guide your devouring power into your soul and merge it with your innate spiritual root. It's fine if you can't sense your innate spiritual root. As long as you release the devouring force, you'll be able to touch your innate spiritual root. Don't worry, your devouring force won't destroy your innate spiritual root. Next, let your innate spiritual root devour the energy of his innate spiritual root through the devouring force. Hua Lao continued to speak before he added, "However, I can't guarantee that your innate spiritual root will be improved." In the beginning, Hua Lao had said the elementary devouring tactic could only be used in theory to devour other innate spiritual roots. However, He was not sure if it would work. Duan Lingtian was already mentally prepared for this. Whether it will work or not depends on this moment. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian realized this was the most crucial moment. His heart was also hanging in the air. He had to do as Hua Lao said. Hua Lao, the energy of Gu Chun's green innate spiritual root seems to have disappeared. I've also retracted my devouring force. Can you help me check if there are any changes to my innate spiritual root? After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian contacted Hua Lao anxiously. Although he was anxious, he was also looking forward to it. If you want to know if there are any changes to your innate spiritual root, can't you just sense the heaven and earth spirit energy? Even if a part of his green innate spiritual root was devoured by your devouring force, it's still a great supplement to your yellow innate spiritual root. Hua Lao reminded Duan Lingtian, if your innate spiritual root has successfully devoured his innate spiritual root, you'll be able to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy much faster than before. Upon receiving Hua Lao's reminder, Duan Lingtian immediately tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy. This, after a while, Duan Lingtian's expression froze. He was dumbstruck as though he had been frightened by something. After a while, a smile appeared on his face. It was a joyful smile. Hua Lao, the speed at which I sense the heaven and earth spirit energy seems to be twice as fast as before. Is this a sign of success? The surprise came too quickly. Although Duan Lingtian was excited, he was still unsure. Let me take a look at your innate spiritual root. As soon as Hua Lao finished speaking, Duan Lingtian sensed a powerful divine consciousness entering his mind. After he allowed it, it entered the depths of his soul. It's a success. Hua Lao's voice resonated in his mind. Upon receiving Hua Lao's confirmation, Duan Lingtian became excited again. His face flushed red. It's a success. It's a success. Due to his eagerness to succeed, Duan Lingtian lost his composure when he learned he had succeeded. It's a success. However, your innate spiritual root hasn't transformed into a green innate spiritual root. Your innate spiritual root used to be yellow, but it's dark yellow now. Although it hasn't transformed into a green innate spiritual root, it's still considered a transformation. If you want your innate spiritual root to transform into a green innate spiritual root, you'll have to devour another green innate spiritual root. Chapter 1916. It hasn't transformed into a green innate spiritual root. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. My innate spiritual root isn't green, but the speed at which I sense the heaven and earth spirit energy is twice as fast as before. If my innate spiritual root turns green, won't the speed at which I sense the heaven and earth spirit energy be a few times faster? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he gasped. He did not expect a green innate spiritual root would be so much more powerful than his yellow innate spiritual root. If a green innate spiritual root is already so powerful, won't the blue, indigo, and violet innate spiritual roots be even more powerful? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he thought of this. Currently, I've successfully used the elementary devouring tactic to devour other people's innate spiritual roots to strengthen my innate spiritual root. In other words, as long as I have enough innate spiritual roots to devour, not only will my innate spiritual root turn green, but I might even be able to transform it into a blue, indigo, or violet innate spiritual root. The speed at which a green innate spiritual root absorbs the heaven and earth spirit energy is a few times faster than before. A violet innate spiritual root must be even more powerful. With the help of the violet innate spiritual root and the time flow in the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, nobody in the upper province of the Tao Marshal Saint Land will be able to compare to my cultivation speed. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he thought about this. He felt the future was going to be wonderful. Naturally, I'll have to transform my innate spiritual root into a violet innate spiritual root first. After a long while, Duan Lingtian gradually calmed down as he recalled the earlier scene. Gu Chen's innate spiritual root is green. Logically speaking, with my current yellow innate spiritual root, my innate spiritual root should be able to transform into a green innate spiritual root as well after I devour his green innate spiritual root. This is what I thought in the beginning as well. However, during the process, Gu Chen's green innate spiritual root was greatly depleted after it was devoured by the devouring force. In the end, only half of his green innate spiritual root was absorbed by my innate spiritual root. That's why my innate spiritual root did not transform into a green innate spiritual root. Hua Lao said that the color of my innate spiritual root has changed from yellow to dark yellow. Moreover, I can clearly feel that the speed at which I can sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy has doubled. It seems that even yellow spiritual roots are divided into different levels. There are normal yellow spiritual roots, dark yellow spiritual roots, and light yellow spiritual roots. In that instant, Duan Lingtian thought of many things. I really want to see Gu Chen's expression when he discovers his speed of absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy has become slower than a tortoise. I'm sure he won't expect his green innate spiritual root has been devoured by my innate spiritual root and has become a part of my innate spiritual root. A sneer appeared on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he looked at Gu Chen, who was still unconscious on the ground. He did not feel guilty at all for devouring Gu Chen's innate spiritual root. If he allowed Gu Chen to continue growing, he would only become his enemy in the future. It was better to have one less enemy like this. Currently, he was merely killing the threat in the cradle. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. With just a thought from Duan Lingtian, the thousands of golden sword rays in the 10,000 swords territory shot out and left thousands of wounds on Gu Chen's body. However, these wounds were only superficial. Gu Chen did not lose much blood. Tens of thousands of sword glows whizzed past. Although Gu Chen only suffered some superficial wounds in an instant, the pain still caused him to wake up. The intense pain that was transmitted from all over his body caused him to involuntarily cry out in pain. At the same time, Duan Lingtian withdrew his 10,000 swords territory. At this moment, his figure and the injured Gu Chen appeared in front of the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples saw the wounds on Gu Chen's body, they could not help but gasp. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. It did not cross their minds that Duan Lingtian would be so ruthless. Although Gu Chen's injuries were not enough to cripple or kill him, the pain was definitely excruciating. This could be seen from the way Gu Li's face was contorted from the pain. How dare you promise to deal with me in front of Li and with such strength? You're overestimating yourself. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian glanced at Gu Chen coldly before he returned to the tertius house he had snatched from Gu Chen. It was only when Duan Lingtian closed the door that everyone shifted their attention to Gu Chen again. When they saw Gu Chen's contorted face and heard his continuous wailing, they felt chills running down their spines. Duan Lingtian is really ruthless. If it's not necessary, it's better not to offend him. He's a madman who's not even afraid of elder Lien. If it were up to me, he should be called Duan Lingtian or Lunatic Duan. Everyone regained their senses and whispered among themselves. A hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. Even the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's senior disciples present on the scene were no exception. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's name began to spread among the nearly 10,000 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. He had become a celebrity. Duan Lingtian was unaware of all of this. After Duan Lingtian entered the tertius house and closed the door, he immediately entered the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda. I haven't been to the fourth level of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda since it was repaired. Let's go take a look. Since the fourth level of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda was repaired, he had not had the chance to enter it. Naturally, it was also because he did not have the chance to. Now that he had a place to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, it was only natural that he would have the chance to enter the fourth level of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda. What a rich heaven and earth spirit energy! As soon as Duan Lingtian set foot on the fourth level of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda, he could feel the rich heaven and earth spirit energy surging toward him. The richness of the heaven and earth spirit energy was more than 2 times stronger than the heaven and earth spirit energy in the tertius house that had 3 spirit gathering formations. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew this was due to the 3 spirit gathering formations in the tertius house. Since the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda was located in the tertius house, it was only natural that it would be affected by the cultivation environment in the tertius house. This was unavoidable. This was a good thing for Duan Lingtian. The fourth level of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda. Then Duan Lingtian began to scan the fourth level of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda. All he could see was a vast expanse of emptiness. Only a medium-sized inkstone was suspended in the middle of the fourth level of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda. On top of the inkstone, there was a completely black ruler. This ruler was 3 feet long. It quietly laid on top of the inkstone and became the focal point of everyone's attention. When Duan Lingtian saw the ruler, he could not hold anything else in his eyes. It was as though the ruler had an endless charm that completely attracted Duan Lingtian's eyes. This is the celestial supreme treasure on the fourth level of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda, the universe ruler? After a long while, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and gradually regained his senses. His eyes were burning with desire. He had heard about the seven treasures in the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda from Huolao. The celestial supreme treasure on the fourth level of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda was the universe ruler. Moreover, according to Huolao, the celestial supreme treasures on the second to seventh levels of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda were of higher grades. This was especially true for the battle heaven thorn on the seventh level of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda. It was said to be able to battle the heavens and earth. Fighting the heavens and earth was equivalent to fighting against all living beings. How domineering was that? However, although the universe ruler doesn't seem to be heavier than a sword, I don't think I can lift it. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had guessed correctly. After testing it, he could only move the universe ruler a little even if he tried with all his might. However, he was already panting from just moving it a little. Among the celestial supreme treasures in the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda, apart from the jasper celestial sword that I can wield like an extension of my arm due to the sovereign heart sword, I'm afraid I'll have to break through to the saint celestial stage if I want to use the other celestial supreme treasures. Moreover, even if I break through to the saint celestial stage, I might not be able to wield the other 5 celestial supreme treasures in the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda. After all, they're weapons used by celestials. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Celestials were much stronger than saint celestial stage powerhouses. Even if a saint celestial stage powerhouse had cultivated to the 9th form, the celestial ascension form, they would have to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation and ascend to the Devata realms before they could be considered a true celestial. Celestials were celestials because they were different from humans. Celestials had endless lifespans. If there were no accidents, they could live as long as the heavens and earth. Naturally, celestials were not the only ones who had endless lifespans. In the Tao Martial Saintland, as long as one's cultivation base entered the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, one would also have endless lifespans. The heaven-defying form was the so-called heaven-defying lifespan that was set by the heavens. Now that my innate spiritual root has undergone a transformation, coupled with such a good cultivation environment, my cultivation speed must have increased a lot. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged in the air and circulated the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy, and circulate the great heavenly cycle to improve his cultivation base. As he circulated the great heavenly cycle after great heavenly cycle, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base improved rapidly. What a fast cultivation speed! With this cultivation speed, I'll be able to break through to the intermediate divine saint stage in 2 years at most. When Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, a hint of confidence could be seen in his eyes. Naturally, the 2 years Duan Lingtian mentioned referred to the time in the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Chapter 1917. It was common knowledge that the path of cultivation would become more difficult as one progressed. If it was Duan Lingtian in the past, due to the limitations of his innate spiritual root and cultivation environment, it would take him at least 8 to 10 years to cultivate from the early divine saint stage to the intermediate divine saint stage. However, now that his innate spiritual root had transformed, coupled with the excellent cultivation environment, it would only take him 2 years to cultivate from the early divine saint stage to the intermediate divine saint stage. If my innate spiritual root is a green innate spiritual root, my cultivation speed will be even faster. If my innate spiritual root is an indigo innate spiritual root, I'll only need a few months to break through from the early divine saint stage to the intermediate divine saint stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his breathing quickened. He wished he could find a monstrous genius with an indigo innate spiritual root and devour his indigo innate spiritual root. I'm afraid there aren't many monstrous geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots, even in the entire Zoroastrianism. I wonder if there are any monstrous geniuses with violet innate spiritual roots in Zoroastrianism. If there are, my innate spiritual roots should be able to transform to dark indigo, even if I lose half of them. Dark indigo was equivalent to the limit of an indigo innate spiritual root. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could no longer calm himself down and cultivate. At this moment, he really wished he could find a few people and devour their innate spiritual roots to strengthen his innate spiritual root. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was only thinking about it. He was not a cold-blooded animal. As long as others did not provoke him, he would not devour their innate spiritual roots for no reason. Since I can't calm myself down, I'll take a look around the altar. I'll familiarize myself with the palaces around the altar and try to comprehend the high-grade, defensive divine ability, the black turtle's barrier. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he left the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with just a thought. After putting away the 7 treasures jewel pagoda, Duan Lingtian left the Bing house. After he walked out of the tertius house, Duan Lingtian noticed that the crowd outside had already dispersed. Only a few Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were scattered around in groups of 3 to 5. They seemed to be discussing something. E-infinity, 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 E-infinity. However, their attention was not on this side. In addition, when Duan Lingtian left, he made a lot of noise, so no one was alerted. I wonder how long it will take me to comprehend the black tortoise's barrier, the first defensive technique of Zoroastrianism, with my heart that has been tempered by the sovereign heart sword. I don't think it will take me longer than the time I spent comprehending the devouring technique, right? Along the way, Duan Lingtian's mind was completely focused on the Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Although Duan Lingtian was already quite famous in the Black Turtle Sanctum, due to the fact that he had only been in the Black Turtle Sanctum for a short period of time, many of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples could not recognize him even if they had heard of his name. Hey, did you hear that? There's a troublemaker in the Black Turtle Sanctum this time. You're talking about Duan Lingtian? You heard about it as well. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, apart from those who have left and those who haven't come out of closed-door cultivation, I'm afraid almost everyone has heard of him, right? I've been in the Black Turtle Sanctum for 6 years, but this is my first time hearing someone from the Black Turtle Sanctum who dares to openly oppose Elder Lien. Elder Lien is the first Silver Flame Elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Usually, even the other 4 Silver Flame Elders don't dare to offend him. That's right. Elder Lien is someone who's second only to one person in the Black Turtle Sanctum. That Duan Lingtian won't have a good ending for daring to oppose him. Unless his innate spiritual root is an indigo or blue innate spiritual root. However, I heard he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. Yellow innate spiritual root? A person with a yellow innate spiritual root dares to openly oppose Elder Lien? He's seeking death. Duan Lingtian had heard many similar discussions along the way. Apart from that, the news of him beating up Lian's new direct disciple, Gu Chun, had also spread out and became a hot topic among the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. For a time, almost all the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples felt that Duan Lingtian had offended Lien. Even if he did not die, Duan Lingtian would at least be skinned alive for offending Lien. Duan Lingtian merely shook his head when he heard these words. He had a carefree expression on his face, as though he did not care at all. Yesterday, Yang Wu, the son of the Northern Plethora Sect's 5th Elder, had taken the initiative to provoke him. The Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder, Tingshan, had dealt with this matter fairly. However, it was at this moment that Lien appeared and indiscriminately killed him. He glorified it by saying that it takes 2 to clap. He was also at fault. If Elder Tingshan had not intervened in time, and his physical body was strong, he would have been killed by Lien. For this reason, since then he had regarded Lien as his mortal enemy. For this reason, when Yang Wu's life was hanging by a thread, he did not care about Lian's threat at all. In fact, he did not hesitate to kill Yang Wu in front of everyone at the cost of becoming Lian's enemy. Since he and Lien were already enemies, it did not matter if he further offended Lien. The Black Turtle Altar. Soon after, an altar on a spacious square appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The huge and lifelike black turtle statue on it completely attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. The high-grade, defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, is recorded in this black turtle statue? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian flew toward the Black Turtle statue. At the same time, there were many people around the Black Turtle statue who were comprehending the high-grade, defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, recorded in the Black Turtle statue. They were either standing or sitting in the air. Some of them had their eyes closed as though they were thinking about something. There were also some people who were staring at the Black Turtle statue with a mesmerized expression on their faces. Let's take a look at the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, recorded in the Black Turtle statue. When Duan Lingtian thought about how the Sovereign Heart sword had tempered his heart, he was filled with confidence. I can first memorize the information about the high-grade, defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, recorded in the Black Turtle statue. I'll slowly comprehend it after I return to the Tertius house and enter the 4th level of the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda. That way, I'll be able to save a lot of time. After all, the flow of time on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda is very slow. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the Black Turtle statue. As he extended his divine consciousness and merged it with the Black Turtle statue, a vast and complicated information began to surge into his mind. This information was related to the high-grade, defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that the Black Turtle statue was surging. As soon as his divine consciousness merged with the Black Turtle statue, a majestic and heavy aura surged out of the black turtle statue. When this aura shrouded him, it gave him immense pressure. At the same time, he could not help but put up a defense as he covered his body with his sun saint energy. It was a completely instinctive action. They're in a similar situation as well. Previously, Duan Lingtian did not notice it. However, now that he was paying more attention, he discovered that the black turtle statue was surrounded by a group of people. Most of the black turtle sanctum's disciples around the black turtle altar had a layer of saint energy light shield around their bodies that formed layers of defense. If I'm not mistaken, this aura should be helpful in comprehending the divine ability, the black turtle's barrier. It's no wonder so many of them chose to stay here instead of returning to their own residences to comprehend the divine ability, the black turtle's barrier, after obtaining the information about it. However, until now, this aura has not given me any special feeling. After hovering in the air near the black turtle statue for a while, Duan Lingtian discovered that the aura that surged out of the black turtle statue did not have any effect on him. After receiving the information about the black turtle's barrier, Duan Lingtian decided to leave. I'll slowly comprehend it after I return. As long as I successfully comprehend the black turtle's barrier, I'll be able to leave the black turtle sanctum and enter the saint land of Zoroastrianism. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to himself, he no longer had the mood to stroll around the black turtle altar. He immediately turned around and left. His wife and daughter were still imprisoned in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. They were in deep trouble. After returning to the Tertius house, Duan Lingtian entered the fourth level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda again and began to comprehend the black turtle's barrier. As the black turtle sanctum's most precious treasure and the number one defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism, it was indeed difficult to comprehend it. After comprehending it for half a year on the fourth level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian had only scratched the surface of the divine ability, the black turtle's barrier. He was still a distance away from completely comprehending the black turtle's barrier. It's even harder to comprehend than the devouring tactic? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. An expression of shock could be seen on his face. Initially, Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this as well. However, it did not take long before he realized what the problem was. Back then, in the divine ability relic that recorded the devouring tactic, I've seen someone cast the devouring tactic before. I've also personally experienced the devouring tactic. For this reason, apart from the Sovereign Heart Sword, I was able to comprehend the devouring tactic so quickly. Whether it's the divine ability, the devouring tactic, or the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, I've seen someone cast them before. For this reason, I have an advantage when I comprehend the two high-grade divine abilities. Duan Lingtian sighed when he thought about this. Half a year. Almost 18 days have passed in the outside world. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes again and continued to comprehend the divine ability, the black turtle's barrier. Meanwhile, in another Tertius house, Gu Chun, who had finally recovered from his injuries, also planned to begin his cultivation. Duan Lingtian, when I break through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, I'll definitely make you regret what you did to me that day. For the sake of revenge, Gu Chun, who was emitting killing intent, began to cultivate excitedly. Chapter 1918. Impossible. This is impossible. I'll try again. I'll try again. I'll definitely succeed. My innate spiritual root is a green innate spiritual root. It's impossible that I can't sense the heaven and earth spirit energy. Gu Chun took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions. He tried to calm himself down and tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Tertius house again. Due to the three spirit gathering formations in the Tertius house, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Tertius house was much denser than the outside. However, no matter how hard Gu Chun tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy, he could not sense it at all. It was as though he was not in the tertius house with the three spirit gathering formations, but a room that was empty of heaven and earth spirit energy. Something must be wrong. Continue. Continue. Gu Chun panicked again. However, he gritted his teeth and tried his best to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy. Although he was not a peerless genius, he possessed a green innate spiritual root. In terms of innate talent, he was far superior to ordinary people. With his innate talent, he had a high chance of entering the saint celestial stage in the future. At that time, if he was willing to stay in the Zoroastrianism, he would be able to become a bronze flame elder in the Zoroastrianism. Gu Chun had never doubted his bright future before. However, at this moment, despair rose in his heart. I've got it. Just as Gu Chun was about to give up in despair, he clearly sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and tried to draw it into his body. However, something that shocked him happened in the next moment. Not only was the heaven and earth spirit energy weak, but the speed at which he absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy into his body was extremely slow as well. It was even slower than a tortoise crawling. Impossible. Impossible. I'm a martial cultivator with a green innate spiritual root. This shouldn't be my speed of sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy. Even someone with a red innate spiritual root can't sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy so slowly. Gu Chun began to panic again. He tried his best to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. However, 1 day went by, 2 days went by. After 3 days and 3 nights, he discovered his speed of sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy was still so slow. Bang! A loud sound rang out. It was Gu Chun who had broken through the door and left the third house. Gu Chun, who seemed to have gone crazy, naturally attracted the attention of many people. What's wrong with Gu Chun? From the looks of it, he seems to be on the peak. Could it be that he has gone mad? From the looks of it, he really does seem to have gone mad. What is he doing by the pool? Soon after, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discovered Gu Chun, who was running madly, had stopped in front of a pool nearby. He lay on the ground and stuck his head out to look at the pool. It was as if there was some kind of treasure in the pool. Of course, they didn't think that there would be any treasure in the pool. Even if there was, it would have been taken away by someone else. How could Gu Chun possibly have a chance to get it? I'm still me. That's right. I'm still me. But why is the speed at which I sense and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth so slow? Even a person with a red innate spiritual root would not be so slow. What was going on? How could this be? When Gu Chun saw his familiar face reflected in the mirror-like pool, he immediately became restless again. He muttered to himself as if he had gone mad. As it turned out, he thought his soul had entered the body of a person with poor innate talent. However, it seemed like he was still him. He did not possess someone else's body. After going crazy for a while, Gu Chun gradually calmed down. After he calmed down, a figure immediately appeared in his mind. It was a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. It's him. It must be him. The person who appeared in his mind was none other than Duan Lingtian. Ever since I was knocked out by him, I haven't cultivated for almost 20 days to heal my injuries. Today, as soon as I started cultivating, I realized the speed at which I sense and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has slowed down. Moreover, it's ridiculously slow. Gu Chun gritted his teeth when he thought of this. Soon after, Gu Chun went to look for a few new disciples and asked them about how he was knocked out that day. He desperately wanted to know what had happened that day. Although the new disciples did not have a good impression of Gu Chun, they did not dare to disobey him since he was the disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. They told Gu Chun everything that had happened that day. Before he knocked me out, Duan Lingtian consolidated his territory and blocked everyone's sight. After Gu Chun learned about what had happened that day from the new disciples, his eyes narrowed immediately. At the same time, he recalled what had happened that day. From what I remember, there was a flash of golden light in front of my eyes before I lost consciousness. In other words, Duan Ling Tian must have consolidated his territory to block everyone's sight before he knocked me out. Duan Ling Tian didn't need to consolidate his territory when he knocked me out. For him to do that, he must have wanted to do something shameful and was afraid of being seen by others. Looks like the reason why my cultivation speed has become so slow is most likely related to him. Chills ran up Gu Chun's spine when he thought of this. Although he did not know what Duan Ling Tian had done to him, the consequences of Duan Ling Tian's actions made him shudder. He felt as though his innate spiritual root had been destroyed. Otherwise, how could his cultivation speed have become so slow? How could his innate spiritual root be so weak? The reason Gu Chun thought of his innate spiritual root at this moment was because he knew one had to rely on one's innate spiritual root to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. Currently, his speed of sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy had become so slow. It could only mean something was wrong with his innate spiritual root. Naturally, he did not know what was wrong with his innate spiritual root. However, he still felt chills running up his spine, even though he did not know. In the past, he had never heard of anyone tampering with one's innate spiritual root. Even a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse would not be able to tamper with one's innate spiritual root without harming one's soul, even though they could sense one's innate spiritual root. However, at this moment, he could clearly sense his soul was still intact. I hope he didn't destroy my innate spiritual root and only used some technique to restrict and seal my innate spiritual root. Otherwise, my life will be ruined. Gu Chun prayed inwardly. At the same time, his eyes gleamed coldly. Duan Ling Tian, when my cousin arrives, you'll definitely die a graveless death. At that time, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces before you die and let you taste the greatest pain in the world. Apart from that, I won't let your 2 companions go as well. I remember their faces. Even if they're not in the Black Turtle Sanctum, they'll definitely die if they stay in the Zoroastrianism after passing the test in the other 3 sanctums. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame them for knowing you. Hatred rose in Gu Chun's heart. It was like a raging fire that could not be stopped. At this moment, not only did Gu Chun not regret offending Duan Ling Tian, but he even wanted to take revenge on Duan Ling Tian. As for his innate spiritual root, in his opinion, his master, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame elder Lien, would definitely be able to help him. If my innate spiritual root is really destroyed by you, I won't let your 2 companions die a quick death. I'll cut off their flesh piece by piece and make them watch as I feed their flesh to the dogs. When Gu Chun thought about the possibility of his innate spiritual root being destroyed, he became even more frenzied. I'll go look for my master. After a moment of madness, Gu Chun left the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples without any hesitation. He headed to the east of the Black Turtle Sanctum to look for his master. Lien, why are you in such a hurry? Lien frowned when he saw Gu Chun rushing over anxiously. A hint of displeasure could be seen in his eyes. To be honest, if he had a choice, he would definitely not accept this direct disciple who only possessed a green innate spiritual root. However, Lien had promised him something he could not refuse. That was, Lien would make his cousin acknowledge him as his master. According to Lien, his cousin possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Currently, his cultivation base was already at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. He was only a step away from breaking through to the quintessential saint stage. Soon after, his cousin would join Zoroastrianism. There were rules in Zoroastrianism. Anyone who possessed a blue innate spiritual root or above could join Zoroastrianism and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism at any time. This was a rule set by Zoroastrianism since ancient times. Due to this reason, there were many powerhouses in each generation of Zoroastrianism. In Zoroastrianism, Even a golden flame elder would be tempted by a genius disciple with a blue innate spiritual root, let alone a mere silver flame elder like Lian Li, and had been a silver flame elder in Zoroastrianism for over 1,000 years. During this period of time, he had only accepted 3 direct disciples with blue innate spiritual roots. For this reason, when he heard Gu Chun's promise to let his cousin become his disciple, he agreed to Gu Chun's request. In his opinion, Gu Chun's cousin was the only disciple he would acknowledge. As for Gu Chun, he was merely an accessory. "Master, please check my innate spiritual root. There's something wrong with my innate spiritual root." Gu Chun panicked when he saw Lian. His heart was filled with anxiety. "Innate spiritual root? How can there be something wrong with your innate spiritual root?" Upon hearing Gu Chun's words, not only did Lian remain motionless, but he even frowned. As a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, Lian knew very well. Even if there was something wrong with the innate spiritual root, the person with the innate spiritual root would not have survived. However, Gu Chun was standing in front of him. Chapter 1919. The innate spiritual root was hidden in the depths of one's soul. Generally speaking, even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be able to touch one's innate spiritual root without affecting one's soul. This was because once one's innate spiritual root was touched, one's soul would be destroyed as well, unless there was a special technique that targeted one's innate spiritual root. However, such a special technique only existed in legends. At the very least, Lian had never heard of anyone who possessed such a technique. "Master, my current speed of sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy is slower than a person with a red innate spiritual root. My innate talent seems to have vanished into thin air. Can you help me check if there's really something wrong with my innate spiritual root?" Gu Chun explained with a bitter expression on his face when he saw the disbelief on Li An's face. His heart was burning with anxiety as he spoke. "What?" Li An was shocked when he heard Gu Chun's words. He could tell Gu Chun was not lying. Moreover, he believed Gu Chun would not dare to lie to him. "Don't block my divine consciousness." At the same time, Li An's divine consciousness extended and entered Gu Chun's body. His divine consciousness entered Gu Chun's soul. As a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, Li An's divine consciousness was able to detect the location of the innate spiritual root. However, when his divine consciousness entered Gu Chun's soul, he did not find anything related to the innate spiritual root at all. In the end, he obtained a shocking answer. There was no innate spiritual root in Gu Chun's soul. How could this be? Li An's eyes widened in shock when he withdrew his divine consciousness. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. At the same time, his heart was in turmoil. He was certain Gu Chun possessed an innate spiritual root. Not long ago, when Gu Chun had taken the innate talent assessment and tested his innate spiritual root with a spiritual pearl, Lian was present as well. However, his divine consciousness discovered there was no innate spiritual root in Gu Chun's soul. There were only 2 possibilities. First, Gu Chun's innate spiritual root was not in his soul, but somewhere else. Second, Gu Chun's innate spiritual root was gone. In Li An's opinion, both of these possibilities were extremely ridiculous. Firstly, he had never heard of anyone whose innate spiritual root was not in their soul. Secondly, he had never heard of anyone whose innate spiritual root would disappear for no reason, especially when the person's soul was still intact. Gu Chun's expression changed drastically when he saw Lian fall into a daze after exclaiming in surprise. However, he did not dare to disturb Lian. When he realized that Lian was still in a daze for a long time, he couldn't help but call out, "Moss." However, just as he opened his mouth, Lian interrupted him before he could finish his sentence. "Test it again." As Lian spoke, a spiritual pearl appeared in his hand out of thin air. It was the spiritual pearl used to test one's innate spiritual root. For some reason, Gu Chun's heart began to tremble when he saw the spiritual pearl. He even had a bad premonition. However, in the end, Gu Chun gritted his teeth and extended his hand to press on the spiritual pearl. In the next moment, Gu Chun held his breath and stared at the spiritual bead in front of him, silently waiting. A breath of time passed. 2 breaths passed. 3 breaths of time passed. About 10 breaths passed. Gu Chun inhaled sharply as he stared at the spiritual pearl in front of him. He was already mentally prepared to receive a blow. However, Gu Chun was shocked to discover the spiritual pearl did not react even after 10 breaths had passed. Master, this is... For a moment, Gu Chun thought the spiritual pearl was broken. However, when he saw Lian had also placed his hand on the spiritual pearl, and the spiritual pearl shone with a green light after 10 breaths passed, his expression changed drastically. At that moment, Gu Chun seemed to have realized something in his heart. He roared in his heart, "No! Impossible! 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 If I'm not mistaken, your innate spiritual root is gone." While Gu Chun was roaring in his heart, Lian spoke in a timely manner and gave Gu Chun the death penalty for his innate spiritual root. Boom! Li An's words completely destroyed Gu Chun's last line of defense. Gu Chun's body turned limp as he fell to the ground. How did this happen? How did this happen? My innate spiritual root is gone. I'm crippled. I'm crippled. After collapsing to the ground, Gu Chun let out a low roar of despair. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. What happened to your innate spiritual root? How did it disappear just like that? Gu Chun finally calmed down when he heard Li An's voice. After he calmed down, Duan Lingtian appeared in his mind again. He gritted his teeth as he said, "It's Duan Lingtian. It's him. He destroyed my innate spiritual root." Gu Chun was shouting when he reached the end of his sentence. Lian thought Gu Chun had lost his innate spiritual root due to an accident. However, when he heard Gu Chun's words, he knew he was wrong. His expression changed drastically as he asked in disbelief, "Duan Lingtian? It's him. It's him who destroyed my innate spiritual root." Gu Chun shouted as he rushed forward and hugged Li An's leg. It was as though he was clutching at a straw. "Master, you must avenge me. You must avenge me. I want Duan Lingtian dead. I want him dead. I want to tear him into 1,000,000 pieces and burn his bones to ashes. I want to capture his 2 companions and feed their flesh to the dogs." Gu Chun continued to shout as though he was venting the pain of losing his innate spiritual root. Losing one's innate spiritual root was equivalent to cutting off one's cultivation path. With his current innate talent that was not even comparable to someone with a red innate spiritual root, he was destined to remain at the early exemplary saint stage forever. How could he accept such a thought? What happened? Tell me, Lian asked in a deep voice. His voice was not loud, but it seemed to contain a great deal of power. It easily drowned out Gu Chun's shouting, causing Gu Chun to fall silent. "Master, Duan Lingtian." Soon after, Gu Chun told Lian everything that he had learned from the few new disciples. Apart from that, he also told Lian when he had passed out. It's obvious he's up to something by blocking everyone's sight. This must have something to do with the disappearance of my innate spiritual root. Gu Chun added through gritted teeth after he finished telling Lian everything. "You're right. It seems like the disappearance of your innate spiritual root must have something to do with Duan Lingtian." Li An's eyes flashed coldly with killing intent. "Master, you must avenge me." Gu Chun looked at Li An with a sorrowful expression. His eyes were filled with pleading and anticipation. "Don't worry. As long as we can confirm that Duan Lingtian was the one who destroyed your innate spiritual root, he'll definitely die," Lian said coldly. "Isn't it obvious?" Gu Chun could not help but frown when he heard Li An's words. However, As soon as his words left his mouth, he felt his arms and legs become lighter. He was brought away from the eastern side of the Black Turtle Sanctum by Lian. They headed to the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples in the west. Duan Lingtian. Lian shouted furiously when they were still some distance away from the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. A voice filled with anger and rolling power swept out like a thunderclap. In just a blink of an eye, it covered the entire residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. All the disciples in the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were not in closed-door cultivation were instantly alerted. Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples walked out of the thatched cottages at the bottom of the ding house. From afar, there were at least a few thousand of them. At this moment, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples also walked out of the Bing house at the top. There were at least a few hundred of them. Dozens of people also walked out of the Bing house at the top. As for the Primus house at the top, there was no movement for the time being. What's going on? Who did Duan Lingtian offend again? Why does this voice sound familiar? Since only Li An's voice could be heard, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who had just walked out of their residences were confused as to what was going on. I can tell. It's Elder Li An's voice. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who walked out of the Bing house seemed to have recalled something. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise. Although his voice was not loud, it still alerted many people in the surroundings. 1 spread to 10, 10 to 100, and 100 to 1,000. After a while, all the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who walked out of their residences knew who the voice belonged to. It was none other than their Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder, Lian. Li An's status in the Black Turtle Sanctum was only second to the Sanctum leader. What did Duan Lingtian do again? Elder Lian actually came to look for him. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's senior disciples looked at each other in shock. They did not expect the new disciple to be so valiant. He had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum, but he had already offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder. Lian, since Elder Lian came to look for him personally, it must be something serious. It seems like Duan Lingtian is in for a bad time. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples thought so. After a while, Lian appeared with Gu Chun under the watchful eyes of the others. At this moment, Lian had already put Gu Chun down and allowed him to follow behind him. Although Gu Chun was following behind Lian, his eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at one of the thousands of tertius houses. This Bing house was the house that Duan Lingtian, whom he wanted to kill, had taken away from him. Lian. Chapter 1920. Why is he here? Upon hearing Li An's voice, Duan Lingtian frowned. He no longer continued to comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Up until now, he had already spent 6 months on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier. However, after 6 months, he had only managed to scratch the surface of it. Perhaps just scratching the surface of it would be enough to satisfy the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were comprehending the Black Turtle's barrier. However, Duan Lingtian was not interested in it at all. In the past, regardless of whether it was the elementary devouring tactic or the otherworldly celestial, which were both high-grade divine abilities, it did not take him long to successfully comprehend them and master them. However, after spending an entire half a year, he had only managed to comprehend the surface of the Black Tortoise's barrier. Naturally, he felt dissatisfied and dissatisfied. Others were unaware of Duan Lingtian's progress in comprehending the Black Turtle's barrier. If those Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who had spent so much effort to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier, but to no avail, learned about Duan Lingtian's progress in comprehending the Black Turtle's barrier, they would be so jealous that their eyes would turn red. If they knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking right now, they would want nothing more than to kick him twice to vent the anger in their hearts. It seems like it's because of Gu Chun. A thought flashed in Duan Ling Tian's mind. He instantly guessed the reason why Lian came to his door in anger. Based on the current situation, this was the only reason. Although Duan Ling Tian had already guessed why Lian had come looking for him with ill intentions, he did not seem worried at all when he looked at Duan Ling Tian's expression. His expression was calm, as though he would not bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Whoosh! With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian left the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. After putting the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda away, Duan Ling Tian pushed the door open and walked out of the Tertius house. As soon as Duan Ling Tian walked out of the Tertius house, he noticed several thousand pairs of eyes were trained on him. He instantly became the center of attention. Among them, there were 2 particularly special gazes. When those 2 gazes looked at him, they faintly revealed bone-chilling coldness and were filled with cold, killing intent. Before he could raise his head to look at the owner of these 2 gazes, Duan Ling Tian had already guessed who they were. It must be Lian and Gu Chun. The reason Duan Ling Tian could easily guess that it was Lian and his disciple was because he did not have any conflicts with anyone in the Black Turtle Sanctum other than Lian and his disciple, let alone someone who hated him. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian with pity in their eyes. "Elder Lian, why are you looking for me?" Duan Ling Tian leaped into the air. A moment later, he was in the air not far from Lian. He looked at Lian calmly as if nothing had happened. "Duan Ling Tian, how dare you?" When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples was still shocked by Duan Ling Tian's calmness, Lian's eyes turned cold as he suddenly shouted. His voice was like a clap of thunder, shocking the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were not prepared for this at all. Some of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples with lower cultivation bases were so shocked that their faces turned pale. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian, who was involved, remained calm from the beginning until the end. His expression did not change at all because of Lian's shout. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change at all. Duan Ling Tian seems to have really angered Elder Lian. "I've been in the Black Turtle Sanctum for 6 years, but this is my first time seeing Elder Lian so angry. I really don't understand what Duan Ling Tian has done to make him so angry. We'll find out soon." Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves as they watched the scene unfold before their eyes. To them, this was like a good show. "Elder Lian, what do you mean by that? Forgive me for not understanding," Duan Ling Tian asked with a puzzled expression on his face as he frowned slightly under the watchful eyes of the others. "Duan Ling Tian, stop pretending." At this moment, before Lian could speak, Gu Chun, who was standing behind him, could not help but shout angrily, "You crippled my innate spiritual root, and you're still trying to act dumb?" "Crippled your innate spiritual root?" Upon hearing Gu Chun's words, the confused expression on Duan Ling Tian's face disappeared. It was replaced with a strange expression. He immediately looked at Gu Chun and sneered. "Gu Chun, even if you want to slander me, shouldn't you at least find a reasonable reason? Crippling your innate spiritual root? Do you think I, Duan Ling Tian, can do that? Do you think we're idiots, or do you think Elder Lian is an idiot?" When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of a sentence, he looked at Gu Chun as though he was looking at an idiot. You! Gu Chun became even more furious when he saw Duan Ling Tian refuse to admit it. This made him even angrier. At this moment, not only was Duan Ling Tian looking at him as though he was an idiot, but even the thousands of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene were looking at him as though he was an idiot as well. Gu Chun said Duan Ling Tian crippled his innate spiritual root. What a joke! Who doesn't know the innate spiritual root is hidden in the depths of one's soul? If one wants to touch the innate spiritual root, one must touch the soul. Even a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse can't cripple a person's innate spiritual root without destroying his soul. He doesn't even know how to lie. Does Gu Chun really think we're idiots like him? Even if he wants to slander Duan Lingtian, he should find a reasonable reason. How ridiculous! Elder Lian, you're here for this? Don't tell me he believes Gu Chun's words? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, present on the scene, discussed among themselves. Based on their words, none of them believed Gu Chun's words. What he said went against all common sense. At the same time, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples looked at Li En strangely. Li En was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder. Since they were from the Black Turtle Sanctum, it was only natural that they did not dare to say anything about him. After all, there was only one Duan Lingtian. Although they did not dare to say it out loud, some of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were familiar with each other began to discuss among themselves through voice transmissions. If Elder Lian really believes Gu Chun, he's an idiot like him. I don't think Elder Lian will believe Gu Chun. If he doesn't believe him, why did he come in such a menacing manner as though he wants to get even with Duan Lingtian? Perhaps he's just looking for an excuse to get rid of Duan Lingtian. Although we don't think Duan Lingtian would destroy Gu Chun's innate spiritual root, we don't think Duan Lingtian would do that. However, if Duan Lingtian's accusation is confirmed, it would mean he has violated the Zoroastrianism's rule. This is also considered as crippling a fellow disciple. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? If he confirms Duan Lingtian's accusation, he'll have a legitimate reason to kill Duan Lingtian and even kill Duan Lingtian. Elder Lian is so ruthless. Similar discussions spread among the thousands of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples through voice transmissions. At this moment, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes when they looked at Lian. They finally realized how ruthless the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder was. This Silver Flame elder was really capable of doing anything to achieve his goal. At the same time, the pity in their eyes intensified when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. Many people sighed inwardly. They did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to survive today. Duan Lingtian. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Lian finally spoke. His voice was cold as he said, I know you won't admit that you destroyed my disciple's innate spiritual root, but it's true that my direct disciple, Gu Chun, has lost his innate spiritual root. Lord, Sanctum Leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum, has personally confirmed this matter. When Lian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly. Li An's words stunned the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. They did not expect Li An would bring up the Sanctum Leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Sanctum Leader was a supreme being. If Li An was lying, it would be equivalent to disrespecting the Sanctum Leader. The Sanctum Leader would definitely not let him go. It was precisely because of this that they vaguely realized that what Lian said was probably true. Gu Chun had indeed lost his innate spiritual root. How's this possible? I've never heard of anyone being able to save someone's life after destroying their innate spiritual root. However, since Elder Lian brought up Lord Sanctum Leader, there's no doubt this matter is true. What's going on? Don't tell me Duan Lingtian really destroyed Gu Chun's innate spiritual root? The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. A hint of fear and dread could be seen in their eyes. As the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder, Li En was indeed quite capable. With just a few words, he managed to turn everyone's attention to Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that Li An's methods were brilliant. Elder Lian, since you've brought up Lord Sanctum Leader, although I'm still unwilling to believe that Gu Chun has lost his innate spiritual root, I have no choice but to believe it. While everyone was looking at Duan Lingtian looked at Lian and said solemnly, I believe Elder Lian won't joke about Lord Sanctum Leader. Lord Sanctum Leader is the Sanctum Leader of our Black Turtle Sanctum. Naturally, I won't joke about him. Lian smirked. If it was not for the fact that he had to kill Duan Lingtian, he would not waste his breath on Duan Lingtian at all. Even if that's the case, how can Elder Lien say that I, Duan Lingtian, was the one who destroyed Gu Chun's innate spiritual root? Chapter 1921. With my current cultivation base, I can't sense the existence of an innate spiritual root with my divine consciousness. Even if I can sense the existence of an innate spiritual root, do you think I can destroy Gu Chun's innate spiritual root without killing him, Elder Lien? Based on what I know, even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't dare to say he can destroy someone's innate spiritual root without harming that person's soul. Duan Lingtian's words were reasonable, and Duan Lingtian did not wait for Lian's reply before he continued to say angrily, Elder Lien, I know you're dissatisfied with me for killing the son of your best friend, Yang Chom, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect. That's why you're looking for me, to seek revenge. If you want to seek revenge, you can just kill me. Why do you have to think of ways to slander me and take revenge on me in a roundabout way? Swoosh! Lian's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would say such words in front of so many people. He realized he was in a passive position now that Duan Lingtian had turned the tables on him. Lian's expression was dark as he spoke. However, before he could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. Although I don't know if your direct disciple Gu Chun's innate spiritual root is really destroyed or not, even if his innate spiritual root is really destroyed, you should still kill him and slander me. That way, perhaps there will be people who will believe you, Elder Lien. Duan Lingtian seemed to be reminding Lien out of goodwill, but in truth he was mocking Lien. Lian's expression changed again. He glared at Duan Lingtian as though his eyes were about to spit fire. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have died many times over. The thousands of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples nodded in agreement when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. That was right. If Lien came looking for Duan Lingtian after killing Gu Chun and slandering Duan Lingtian to take revenge on Duan Lingtian, they might believe Lien even more. Lien slandered Duan Lingtian for destroying Gu Chun's innate spiritual root, but Gu Chun was still alive. This was undoubtedly a bad plan to seek revenge on Duan Lingtian. The best plan was to kill Gu Chun and use his death to slander Duan Lingtian. However, Lien did not use the best plan, but the worst plan. Was this not an insult to their intelligence? Although they were only playing the role of bystanders in the whole matter, they were not stupid. They still had the basic ability to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Duan Lingtian, what nonsense are you talking about? Gu Chun's expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Lingtian had shifted the focus of the public's attention to his master, claiming the moral high ground and gaining the upper hand. He shouted in embarrassment and anger. Brother Lingtian, he shouted furiously, you're the one who destroyed my innate spiritual root. If it wasn't for you, why did you use your territory to block other people's view when you knocked me out? If you're not guilty, then what are you doing? As soon as Gu Chun finished speaking, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene were puzzled. These Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had witnessed the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Gu Chun. They remembered Duan Lingtian had indeed used his territory to block their view. For that reason, they did not see Duan Lingtian and Gu Chun for quite some time. They had no idea what Duan Lingtian was doing in his territory. Don't tell me Gu Chun's innate spiritual root was really destroyed by Duan Lingtian? The few Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were present on the scene that day began to doubt their beliefs. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Gu Chun continued to say, apart from that, I dare to swear on the lightning penalty, oath about my innate spiritual root being destroyed. As Gu Chun spoke, he pricked his finger, and a drop of blood rose into the air. At the same time, he began to recite the oath in front of everyone. If my innate spiritual root is not destroyed, I'm willing to be struck by the 9-9 heavenly tribulation until I die. Boom, 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 boom. 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the air, and the lightning penalty oath was fulfilled. Since Gu Chun did not attract any lightning punishment, it was clear he was not lying. His innate spiritual root was indeed destroyed. At this moment, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene no longer had any doubts. His innate spiritual root is really destroyed? At this moment, these Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples finally confirmed that Gu Chun's innate spiritual root had indeed been destroyed. He and his master, Li En, were not lying. Now, I've already sworn on the lightning penalty oath that my innate spiritual root is really destroyed. After Gu Chun swore on the lightning penalty oath, he looked at Duan Lingtian fiercely and said coldly, "Do you dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath that you didn't destroy my innate spiritual root? Do you dare to swear on it?" As soon as Gu Chun finished speaking, he took a step forward and stood side by side with Lien. He stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. At once, everyone shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian again. Does Duan Lingtian dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath? I think so. After all, with his cultivation base, it's impossible for him to destroy Gu Chun's innate spiritual root. What if he doesn't dare to swear on it? Then it means he's guilty. Although the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene did not believe Duan Lingtian would be able to destroy Gu Chun's innate spiritual root, they began to doubt Gu Chun's unyielding attitude. If Gu Chun dared to stand next to him in front of so many people, Lien would definitely be furious and would reprimand Gu Chun for being so disrespectful. However, at this moment, not only was Lien not angry, but he was also secretly impressed by the quick-wittedness of this direct disciple whom he did not like. Based on the current situation, everything that this direct disciple of his had done had already reversed the situation where they had lost the upper hand. It had allowed them to once again take the initiative from being passive to being proactive. This made him feel extremely comfortable. He felt as though the haze in his heart had disappeared. At this moment, Lien found this direct disciple much more pleasing to the eye. Swear on the lightning penalty oath that I didn't destroy your innate spiritual root? Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian smiled and said, Gu Chun, don't you think it's unnecessary for me to swear on the lightning penalty oath? What? You don't dare to swear on it? Gu Chun sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. If you don't dare to swear on it, it means you have a guilty conscience. It's equivalent to admitting that you destroyed my innate spiritual root. Destroying my innate spiritual root is equivalent to severing my cultivation path. It's no different from crippling me. Duan Lingtian, according to the rules of Zoroastrianism, I'm sure you know the punishment for destroying a fellow disciple. As soon as Gu Chun finished speaking, a terrifying aura rose from Li An's body. As the aura rose, it silently locked onto Duan Lingtian. I think you're the one who doesn't dare to swear on it. However, Duan Lingtian's next words caused the terrifying aura that rose from Li An's body to dissipate completely. Li An stared at Duan Lingtian. He did not know why Duan Lingtian would suddenly say such words to Gu Chun. I don't dare to swear on it? Why wouldn't I dare to swear on it? Duan Lingtian, there are so many people watching. Don't even think about changing the topic. Gu Chun sneered. I've already said it's unnecessary for you to ask me to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Since you keep saying I'm the one who destroyed your innate spiritual root, you can swear on a lightning penalty oath to confirm that I'm the one who destroyed your innate spiritual root. As long as you're not killed by the lightning penalty, it'll prove that I'm the one who destroyed your innate spiritual root. If you're killed by the lightning penalty, it'll prove that you're lying. Duan Lingtian said firmly as he looked at Gu Chun. His expression remained unchanged as thousands of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples looked at him skeptically. His words were flawless. Since Gu Chun had asked him to swear on the lightning penalty oath, he had also suggested Gu Chun to swear on the lightning penalty oath. These two lightning penalty oaths seemed to have the same meaning. It would prove that Gu Chun's innate spiritual root was not destroyed by Duan Lingtian. It was just that the person swearing on the lightning penalty oath had changed. Whoosh! Horror dawned on Gu Chun's face. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to turn the tables on him in such a manner. Duan Lingtian actually asked him to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Although the lightning penalty oath seemed to have the same meaning, he did not dare to swear on it himself. This was because up until now he had only guessed that Duan Lingtian was the one who destroyed his innate spiritual root. Even if he felt there was a 99% chance that Duan Lingtian was the one who did it, there was still a 1% chance of uncertainty. This concerned his life. Even if there was only a 1% chance of uncertainty, he did not dare to take the risk. For this reason, he really did not dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath that Duan Lingtian suggested. Duan Lingtian, I've already sworn on the lightning penalty oath. This time, it's your turn to swear on the lightning penalty oath. At this moment, Gu Chun could only resort to sophistry. Sophistry! As soon as Gu Chun finished speaking, Duan Lingtian smirked. Gu Chun, you're the one who suggested swearing on the lightning penalty oath. Now that we're faced with a problem that can be solved by either of us swearing on the lightning penalty oath, you should be the one to swear on the lightning penalty oath since you're the one who suggested swearing on the lightning penalty oath. No matter what, it's not my turn to do it. Unless you know I'm not the one who destroyed your innate spiritual root. That's why you don't dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, the smile on his face grew wider. From the moment Duan Lingtian asked Gu Chun to swear on the lightning penalty oath, he had already made a huge gamble. The stake of this gamble was his own life and fortune. If he lost the bet, he would die. If he won the bet, he would live. He was betting that Gu Chun would not dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Naturally, Duan Lingtian dared to make this bet because he was 100% certain that Duan Lingtian did not possess the innate spiritual root. Not only did Gu Chun not know that he had devoured Gu Chun's innate spiritual root, but he also didn't dare to confirm it. From the beginning until the end, it was only a guess without any evidence. Chapter 1922. Duan Lingtian is right. That's right. Whether it's Duan Lingtian or Gu Chun who swears on the lightning penalty oath according to Gu Chun's request, the outcome is enough to prove whether Gu Chun has crippled his innate spiritual root or not. However, based on the current situation, it seems like Gu Chun doesn't dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath according to Duan Lingtian's request. That's right. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, many people began to question Gu Chun. They could see it. When Duan Lingtian asked Gu Chun to swear on the lightning penalty oath according to his request, not only did Gu Chun hesitate, but he even accused Duan Lingtian and asked Duan Lingtian to swear on the lightning penalty oath. From the beginning until the end, it seemed like he was the one who took the initiative to swear on the lightning penalty oath. However, he was the one who backed out at the most crucial moment. What else could it be other than having a guilty conscience? For the thousands of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene, whether it was Duan Lingtian who swore on the lightning penalty oath according to Gu Chun's request or Gu Chun who swore on the lightning penalty oath according to Duan Lingtian's request, the outcome would be the same. However, since Gu Chun was the one who suggested swearing on the lightning penalty oath, they subconsciously felt it was most appropriate for Gu Chun to swear on the lightning penalty oath according to Duan Lingtian's request. As soon as the voices that questioned Gu Chun appeared, it was like a river that could not be stopped. Gu Chun did not expect this at all. At this moment, he felt as though he had shot himself in the foot. Gu Chen, did you hear that? All our senior brothers and junior sisters think it's most appropriate for you to swear on the lightning penalty oath. As long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath, everyone will know the truth. At that time, if you're not killed by the lightning penalty, we'll know that you're not lying and that I'm the one who crippled your innate spiritual root. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Gu Chen mockingly. The feeling of being able to turn the tables on Gu Chen was something he had never felt before. Gu Chen, don't you want to swear on the lightning penalty oath? Stand. Why don't you do it? When Gu Chen heard the words of the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples and how Duan Lingtian had turned the tables on him, his face turned pale. His heart was in a mess. Although he really wanted Duan Lingtian to die at the hands of his master, Lian, he had no choice but to kill Duan Lingtian. However, he did not know if Duan Lingtian had destroyed his innate spiritual root. After all, he was not 100% sure that it was not Duan Lingtian who had destroyed his innate spiritual root. In this bizarre world, things were happening at every moment, and there was no lack of unexplainable things. Perhaps the disappearance of his innate spiritual root was just a coincidence and had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. If that was the case, and he swore on the lightning penalty oath, he would definitely die. Although he no longer had his innate spiritual root and would most likely be stuck in the same spot in the future, it did not mean that he no longer cherished his life. So much so that he cherished his life more than ever. This was because he could no longer raise his cultivation base, and his lifespan had been fixed. He could no longer prolong his life by raising his cultivation base. In other words, every day he lived was equivalent to having one less day. For this reason, he did not dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath as Duan Lingtian had requested. He was afraid of dying. What if the disappearance of his innate spiritual root had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian? If that was the case, would he not die in vain? Gu Chen is really feeling guilty. It seems like he's the one who's slandering Duan Lingtian from the beginning. Duan Lingtian did not destroy his innate spiritual root at all. To think that I almost believed him. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, present on the scene, whispered among themselves again. When Gu Chen heard their words, his expression turned pale. He was rendered speechless. Didn't you say that Duan Lingtian was the one who destroyed your innate spiritual root? Why are you the one who's afraid at such a critical moment? Li An's expression turned grave when he saw Gu Chen had messed up the situation again. He looked at Gu Chen and said through voice transmission, "Don't you think a 90% chance of success is worth a gamble? Perhaps Duan Lingtian is just putting on an act to scare you so you don't dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath. If you're right, Duan Lingtian will be finished." Li An's words were filled with persuasion and temptation. A 90% chance of success. He would take the gamble. If he won, he would live, and Duan Lingtian would die. Gu Chen's eyes lit up when he heard Li An's words. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. However, when Gu Chen had made up his mind and was about to swear on the lightning penalty oath as he looked at Duan Lingtian with an indomitable spirit, Duan Lingtian suddenly spoke. Duan Lingtian was the first to speak. He said lazily, "How boring. Gu Chen, if you think you're at a disadvantage by swearing on the lightning penalty oath, I'll swear on the lightning penalty oath at the same time as you. What do you think? You should be willing to do that, right?" Boom! Gu Chen, who had made up his mind, felt as though he was struck by lightning when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Duan Lingtian's confidence and Duan Lingtian's indifference had completely destroyed the confidence he had built up with great difficulty. In his opinion, if Duan Lingtian destroyed his innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian would definitely swear on the lightning penalty oath. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to swear on the lightning penalty oath at the same time as him, let alone take the initiative to do so. However, Duan Lingtian had taken the initiative to do so because he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian. Gu Chen's confidence was instantly shattered. He must have sensed that you're going to burn your boats, so he chose to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Agree to swear on the lightning penalty oath with him, Li En reminded Gu Chun when he saw through the situation. However, the confidence that Gu Chun had painstakingly built up was already shattered. How could he possibly listen to Li En? He felt Li En was using him to make a bet. If he won, Duan Lingtian would die. If he lost, Li En would not lose anything. With this thought in mind, how could he possibly agree to Duan Lingtian's request? Yes, you didn't destroy my innate spiritual root. You didn't destroy it. I was careless when I was cultivating. I don't know how I destroyed it. Gu Chun's heart trembled when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, and he hastily said, "Whoosh!" Gu Chun's words caused an uproar among the crowd. They did not expect the truth would be revealed. As expected, Gu Chun is slandering Duan Lingtian. Humph! I've long seen that Gu Chun isn't a good person. He's really tricked elderly in this time. Several thousands of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. The crowd was in an uproar. Some people felt Gu Chun had slandered Duan Lingtian under Li An's instructions. However, they only dared to think about it in their hearts. Duan Lingtian smiled. He knew his plan of retreating by advancing had worked. Earlier, he had wanted to swear on the lightning penalty oath with Gu Chun because he had been paying attention to Gu Chun's expression from the beginning until the end. When he saw the determination on Gu Chun's face as though he had made a decision, he knew Gu Chun was going to burn his boats. He really did not dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath with Gu Chun. This was because he was the one who destroyed Gu Chun's innate spiritual root. To be more precise, he was the one who swallowed it. When Duan Lingtian heard Gu Chun's words, he sighed in relief. At the same time, he realized he had made the right bet. He had become the final winner. Li An's expression turned grave when he heard Gu Chun's words. When he heard Gu Chun's words, he knew there was no way he would be able to win. His plan of using this opportunity to get rid of Duan Lingtian had gone down the drain due to the presence of Gu Chun, this pig of a teammate. Humph! Li En glanced at Gu Chun coldly and snorted before he turned around and left. From the beginning until the end, he did not speak to Gu Chun at all. It was obvious he was furious. Gu Chun, next time, if you want to slander me with your master, you better come up with a good excuse. Your excuse this time is too lousy. It's full of flaws. Duan Lingtian, who was the final winner, was in high spirits. After he finished speaking to Gu Chun, he turned around and descended from the sky to return to his tertius house. Gu Chun was so angry that his body trembled when he saw Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappearing before his eyes. His eyes were wide open as he gritted his teeth. He clenched his fist so tightly that his fingertips dug deep into his palms. Although he was bleeding profusely, he did not seem to feel anything. The thousands of mocking gazes that were trained on him almost drove him mad. Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, as long as my cousin comes, you'll definitely die. You'll definitely die. Gu Chun knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian now that his innate spiritual root had been destroyed. Since he could not seek revenge himself, he placed all his hopes on his cousin, who was about to arrive. Right now, he saw his cousin as his last hope. Subsequently, it was peaceful for a month. After a month, an uninvited guest appeared outside the Black Turtle Sanctum of Zoroastrianism. It was a travel-worn, middle-aged man. As soon as he appeared, he was immediately stopped by a patrol team led by a bronze flame elder from the Black Turtle Sanctum. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Black Turtle Sanctum of Zoroastrianism?" The bronze flame elder shouted in a deep voice. The middle-aged man was tall and had an ordinary appearance. He carried a long saber on his back. As he stood there, he looked like a towering iron tower. "My name is Gulong. I'm here to join the Zoroastrianism." The middle-aged man's expression did not change even when he was faced with the bronze flame elder. Then, The bronze flame elder took out a spiritual pearl that could be used to test one's innate spiritual root. After the test, it was determined the middle-aged man possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Chapter 1923. There was an ironclad rule in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Anyone with a blue innate spiritual root or above would definitely be able to enter the Saint Celestial stage as long as they cultivated diligently. The Saint Celestial stage was the last stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Powerhouses who had entered the Saint Celestial stage were those who stood at the peak of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Brother Gulong, according to the rules of Zoroastrianism, those who possess a blue innate spiritual root or above can join the Zoroastrianism without taking the test. Those who have just joined the Zoroastrianism will usually stay in the 4 symbols, sanctums first. The bronze flame elder's attitude became even more enthusiastic when he discovered Gulong possessed a blue innate spiritual root. When the bronze flame elder reached the end of his sentence, he even took the initiative to recommend, "Our black turtle sanctum is one of the 4 symbols sanctums. The number 1 defensive martial tactic, the black turtle's barrier, is in our black turtle sanctum. Why don't you stay in the black turtle sanctum first, Brother Gulong?" The moment he finished speaking, he looked at Gulong expectantly, hoping Gulong would stay in the black turtle sanctum. If Gulong stayed in the black turtle sanctum, he would be able to recommend this martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root to the sanctum leader of the black turtle sanctum. He believed the sanctum leader of the black turtle sanctum would be interested in Gulong and might even take him in as his direct disciple. At that time, as long as the sanctum leader was happy, he would definitely benefit greatly. "I'll go to whichever sanctum my cousin is in," Gulong said indifferently, ignoring the bronze flame elder's enthusiasm. He was a genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. He had great potential. His future achievements would not be something this bronze flame elder could compare to. Due to this reason, Gulong was very casual when he spoke to this bronze flame elder. The bronze flame elder, who thought Gulong would agree to his request, was stunned when he heard Gulong's words. He asked, "May I know who your cousin is, Brother Gulong?" "His name is Guchun, and he possesses a green innate spiritual root. 2 months ago, he came to participate in the assessment of the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. If I'm not mistaken, he should have become the disciple of one of the 4 symbols sanctums, silver flame elders. I came to the Zoroastrianism with the intention of becoming the disciple of one of the silver flame elders." When Guchun was mentioned, a rare wisp of doting appeared in the depths of Gulong's unruly and fearless eyes. A few months ago, before Gulong and Guchun decided to come to Zoroastrianism, they had agreed that they would take the same person as their teacher when they came to Zoroastrianism. In order to take care of his cousin Guchun, Gulong did not hesitate to give up the opportunity to become the disciple of a golden flame elder. He told Guchun to find a silver flame elder and become his disciple after he entered the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. If that silver flame elder did not like Guchun, Guchun could use him. He believed that as long as he was willing to become the disciple of a silver flame elder in the Zoroastrianism, that silver flame elder would definitely give him face and accept Guchun as his disciple. His confidence came from his innate spiritual root, the blue innate spiritual root. The blue innate spiritual root was the biggest bargaining chip in his hand. It was a bargaining chip that no silver flame elder in the Zoroastrianism could refuse. "Why, you're Guchun's cousin?" The bronze flame elder could not help but widen his eyes when he heard Gulong's words. At the same time, a shocked expression appeared on his face as though he had just learned something shocking. Naturally, he had heard of Guchun before. The 4 symbols, sanctums of Zoroastrianism would recruit disciples once every 3 years. The most recent recruitment was less than 2 months ago. This time, among the few Silver Flame elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum, only Lian had accepted a direct disciple. Due to this reason, the group of Bronze Flame elders, including him, found it strange. Elder Lian was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder. He had always had high standards. Although he had accepted 3 direct disciples in the past, all 3 of them were martial geniuses who possessed blue innate spiritual roots. When they learned that Lian had accepted Guchun, a person who possessed a green innate spiritual root, as his direct disciple, they were puzzled. They could not figure out why Lian's standards had changed so much. However, when he saw Gulong and heard his words, he immediately had an answer in his heart. No wonder, Elder Lian accepted Guchun as his direct disciple. As it turns out, he accepted Guchun because of Gulong. This was the answer in the Bronze Flame elder's heart. Gulong was a martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. If he was willing to accept Lian as his master, Lian would, naturally, not mind accepting Guchun as his disciple for Gulong's sake. At the same time, the Bronze Flame elder sighed in disappointment. However, it seemed like it was impossible for him to recommend this person to the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Perhaps the sanctum leader might be interested in a martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root, but it was not to the point where he would lower himself to compete with a Silver Flame elder under his command. Unless the person was a monstrous genius who possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. However, a monstrous genius with an indigo innate spiritual root who could even tempt the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, the Silver Flame elder would not be so presumptuous as to accept such a person as his disciple. What, elder, you know my cousin? Gulong asked with a glint in his eyes when he heard the Bronze Flame elder's words and saw the surprised expression on his face. Yes. The Bronze Flame elder nodded. Your cousin is currently a disciple of our Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder, Elder Lian. Elder Lian? The Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder? Gulong nodded inwardly when he heard this. It seemed like his cousin had good taste. He actually managed to become a disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder. However, your cousin is currently in a bad condition. The Bronze Flame elder continued to say. The Bronze Flame elder said as he carefully glanced at Gulong. A month ago, news of what happened in the residence of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple had spread throughout the Black Turtle Sanctum, the 4 symbol sanctums, and even the Saint Land. It was none other than Gulong. For some reason, Guchun, the new direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder, Lian, had lost his innate spiritual root. It had disappeared without a trace. Guchun's soul was fine even though his innate spiritual root was gone. Even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be able to do that. For this reason, this matter had become an unsolved case in the 4 symbol sanctums since a month ago. Guchun's name had spread throughout the Zoroastrianism because of this. Naturally, if Guchun had a choice, he would rather not have such a reputation. This was because the price of such a reputation was too high. Without an innate spiritual root, it would be difficult for one's cultivation base to improve for the rest of one's life. It was equivalent to ruining one's life. What happened to my cousin? Upon hearing the Bronze Flame elder's words, Gulong realized something had happened to his cousin. Horror dawned on his face immediately. Although Guchun was only his cousin, in his heart, Guchun was more important than his own younger brother. He had lost his parents when he was young. It was Guchun's father who raised him. Later on, Guchun's father had died in an accident to save him. From then on, he had played the role of a father and brother to Guchun. Naturally, he panicked when he learned something had happened to Guchun. I'll send you to the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Let's talk about Guchun as we walk. After the Bronze Flame elder asked the patrolling disciples behind him to leave, He brought Gulong to the west of the Black Turtle's sanctum. That was where the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples lived. This is the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Along the way, the Bronze Flame Elder gave Gulong the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Elder, what happened to my cousin? Even when Gulong reached out to take the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, he did not look away from the Bronze Flame Elder. A hint of worry could be seen in the depth of his eyes. His innate spiritual root is gone. The Bronze Flame Elder said with a sigh. His innate spiritual root was gone. When Gulong heard the Bronze Flame Elder's words, it was as though he had been struck by lightning. Horror dawned on him as his eyes turned red. A ruthless aura began to emanate from his body. His innate spiritual root is gone. Gulong asked in a hoarse voice after a long while. His voice was cold as though it came from an ice cave. What happened? How did his innate spiritual root disappear just like that? Who did it? Naturally, Gulong knew what it meant to have his innate spiritual root disappear. For this reason, he could imagine how desperate his cousin must be right now. I don't know exactly how it disappeared. I'm not the only one who doesn't know. Even Gu Chun doesn't know about it. Upon hearing Gulong's words, the Bronze Flame Elder was stunned for a moment before he smiled wryly. He doesn't know about it either? Gulong was dumbfounded. The ruthless aura on his body disappeared immediately. Initially, he thought his cousin's innate spiritual root was stolen by someone, and that was why he was so angry. However, when he heard the Bronze Flame Elder's words, he felt helpless. Under the Bronze Flame Elder's lead, Gulong arrived at the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. After the Bronze Flame Elder learned about Gu Chun's tertius house from a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, he bade farewell to Gulong and left. Gulong, on the other hand, stepped on the air and landed outside the tertius house. Who's he? I don't think he's familiar. The Bronze Flame Elder brought him here. It seems like he's here to look for Gu Chun. Gulong's appearance naturally attracted the attention of many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Gulong knocked on the door, and it was quickly opened. Brother. When Gu Chun opened the door and saw Gulong, his originally pale face lit up immediately. It was as though he had seen his last hope. He pounced on Gulong excitedly and hugged him tightly. Brother, you must avenge me. You must avenge me. Before Gulong could say anything, Gu Chun spoke again. His voice was filled with hysteria and madness. Chapter 1924. Revenge. Gulong was stunned when he heard Gu Chun's words. Then he pushed Gu Chun away and asked with a grave expression, Little Chun, what happened? Is your innate spiritual root really gone? Brother, it's true. My innate spiritual root is really gone. Gu Chun said with a sorrowful expression on his face. It was as though his words had hit a sore spot. That's an innate spiritual root. How could it be gone just like that? Moreover, you asked me to avenge you earlier? Avenge what? Gulong furrowed his brows in confusion. According to the Bronze Flame Elder, even his cousin did not know how he lost his innate spiritual root. If that was the case, how could he seek revenge? Who would he seek revenge from? Brother, I suspect that Duan Lingtian is the one who destroyed my innate spiritual root. However, I don't have any evidence, so I'm not 100% certain he's the one who did it. However, if he didn't do it, I really can't think of a reason why my innate spiritual root would disappear just like that. Gu Chun told Gulong about the conflict between him and Duan Lingtian. He also told Gulong everything that had happened between him and Duan Lingtian. I still think he's the most suspicious. I have a strong feeling that he has something to do with the disappearance of my innate spiritual root. After saying those words, Gu Chun clenched his fists tightly. His expression was ferocious, as he spoke through gritted teeth. Casting his territory to block others' sight. Based on what you said, I'm 90% sure he's the one who destroyed your innate spiritual root. Gulong's eyes flashed coldly. After a moment of silence, he continued to speculate. He must have mastered some unimaginable technique that can destroy a person's innate spiritual root without harming the person's soul. However, to ordinary people, even a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse wouldn't be able to destroy a person's innate spiritual root without harming the person's soul at the same time. For this reason, nobody suspected him at all. When Gulong reached the end of his sentence, a cold-killing intent surged out of his body, causing the air in the surroundings to turn colder. If Duan Lingtian was here and heard Gulong's words, he would definitely turn pale with fright. Although Gulong did not guess completely correctly, he was close to the truth. That's very likely the case. However, a month ago, I didn't dare to gamble on the lightning penalty oath. I was worried that if it wasn't him, I would be killed by the lightning penalty. Brother, am I a coward? Are you disappointed? In front of Gulong, Gu Chun was like a child. No, Xiao Chun was not a coward. Xiao Chun did that just in case. Xiao Chun did the right thing. Hearing Gu Chun's words, Gulong immediately shook his head. Between the flashes of lightning, a strand of frightening cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and it seemed to be choosing to devour people. Of course, such a frightening cold light was not directed at Gu Chun. His target was the Duan Lingtian whom he had yet to meet. Brother, I want that Duan Lingtian to die. Gulong's arrival swept away Gu Chun's dispirited look. His eyes shone coldly as killing intent surged out of them. His face was distorted as though he hated Duan Lingtian for killing his father or snatching his wife. Don't worry, he won't live. As Gulong spoke coldly, he casually changed into the black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's uniform that the Bronze Flame Elder had given him earlier. Wearing the black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's uniform meant he had officially become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. To be more precise, he was a black Turtle Sanctum's disciple in Zoroastrianism. Brother, Zoroastrianism has strict rules. We have to think of a way to get rid of that Duan Lingtian once and for all without violating the Zoroastrianism's rules. It's not worth it to sacrifice ourselves for him. After taking a deep breath, Gu Chun said with a cold expression on his face, There's no need for that. However, when Gulong heard Gu Chun's words, he immediately rejected it in a domineering manner. When Gulong saw Gu Chun looking at him with a confused expression, he calmly said, Little Chun, don't forget that I possess a blue innate spiritual root. Even if I violate the Zoroastrianism's rules and kill that Duan Lingtian, I won't be able to get rid of him. Do you think the fire worship sect would let your brother pay with his life for an ordinary disciple with a yellow innate spiritual root? Of course not. Gu Chun shook his head without any hesitation. What a joke! A genius with a blue innate spiritual root was not someone a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root could compare to at all. Even if the former killed the latter, the Zoroastrianism would not destroy the former for the sake of the latter. At most, they would punish the former symbolically. A genius with a blue innate spiritual root would definitely become a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse in the future. It would not be difficult for him to become a Silver Flame Elder or even a Golden Flame Elder in Zoroastrianism. Among the Golden Flame Elders in Zoroastrianism, there are 3 Golden Flame Elders who only possessed blue innate spiritual roots. Why would they destroy a future Silver Flame Elder or even a Golden Flame Elder for a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root? It was impossible for Zoroastrianism to do such a thing. If I don't wear the uniform of a black Turtle Sanctum's disciple and kill that Duan Lingtian, it'll be different. It'll be equivalent to an outsider challenging the entire Zoroastrianism. I'll definitely die. Now that I've changed into the uniform of a black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, even if I kill that Duan Lingtian, it'll just be killing a fellow disciple. It'll just be a violation of the Zoroastrianism's rule. Gulong continued to say, as long as I show my worth, the Zoroastrianism won't make me pay with my life for Duan Lingtian. At most, they'll punish me symbolically. Gulong's words were filled with confidence. Little Chen, which Tertius house is that Duan Lingtian staying in? When Gulong spoke again, he turned around and soared into the air. His eyes were cold as he looked at the thousands of Tertius houses in the surroundings. This person is also a disciple of our Black Turtle Sanctum. Although the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples in the distance did not hear the conversation between Gulong and Gu Chun, they could tell the relationship between the two of them was not simple. Not only that, but Gulong had also changed into the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple in front of them. I've never seen him before. Don't tell me he's a newcomer to our Zoroastrianism. A newcomer to our Zoroastrianism? Doesn't that mean he's a newcomer to our Zoroastrianism? It's said that only martial geniuses with blue innate spiritual roots and above have this privilege. Don't tell me he's a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root. As the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves, their gazes turned extremely heated as they looked at Gulong, who was soaring into the air. At the same time, they could clearly feel the killing intent emitting from Gulong's body. What's he trying to do? Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples felt chills running down their spines. They were frightened by the killing intent on Gulong's body. Brother, that house! Then the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene heard Gu Chun's voice. At the same time, they saw Gu Chun soaring into the air with Gulong and pointing at a Tertius house in the distance. That Tertius house! Isn't that the Tertius house that Duan Lingtian stays in? Many people recognized the Tertius house that Gu Chun was pointing at was Duan Lingtian's house. At the same time, they realized the killing intent Gulong was emitting was directed at Duan Lingtian. Gu Chun addressed him as brother. He's Gu Chun's brother. Soon after, some people's attention shifted to the way Gu Chun addressed Gulong. It caused an uproar again. No matter how they thought about it, they did not expect this person to be Gu Chun's brother. At the same time, a figure appeared out of thin air in the Tertius house that Gu Chun was pointing at. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had just left the 4th level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. Hualao said that there's someone outside who wants to harm me. Duan Lingtian had heard Hualao's warning, so he had stopped cultivating and left the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. After putting the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda away, Duan Lingtian pushed the door open and left. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he clearly sensed 2 cold gazes piercing through the sky and landing on his body. The gazes were filled with extreme, killing intent. It's Gu Chun and Lian again? This was Duan Lingtian's guess before he raised his head. When he raised his head and looked at the owners of the 2 pairs of eyes, he discovered one of them was actually Gu Chun. One of them was indeed Gu Chun. However, the other person was not Lian. It was a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who carried a long saber on his back. At this moment, the killing intent that surged out of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's body had shifted from the Tertius house behind him to him. It was obvious the other party's target was him. Who's he? When Ling Tian saw the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple standing next to Gu Chun, he could not help but feel puzzled. Brother, it's him. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard Gu Chun's angry voice. Gu Chun was talking to the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who carried a long saber on his back. Gu Chun's brother? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. As it turned out, this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple was Gu Chun's brother. It was no wonder he would target him. However, Gu Chun actually has a brother in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duan Lingtian thought Gu Chun's brother had long been a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. It did not cross his mind that Gu Chun's brother had just joined the Zoroastrianism sect today. It did not cross his mind that Gu Chun's brother was a martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. You're Duan Lingtian? As soon as Gu Chun finished speaking, Gulong's eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian as he asked in a cold and deep voice, "So what if I am?" Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly when he sensed Gulong's killing intent. Naturally, he did not hold back. "You're really arrogant." Gulong's expression turned grave. As he sneered, he raised his hand at lightning speed and unsheathed the long saber on his back. "I'd like to see if you're qualified to be arrogant." Chapter 1925. Buzz. The sound of a saber chiming resonated in the air. After Gulong drew the long saber from his back, he slashed it at Duan Lingtian's head. The saber ray shone brightly like a bright moon in the sky. "Everyone, please search for the complete picture." Swish! In the next instant, a saber ray that was hundreds of meters long directly locked onto Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but it also swept toward Duan Lingtian in an unparalleled manner. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to have been sucked away. Only the sound of the saber chiming could be heard. Swish! 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 Horror dawned on the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. They did not expect Gu Chun's brother to be so bold as to directly attack Duan Lingtian. He had completely disregarded the rules of Zoroastrianism. Was he seeking death? At this moment, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene instinctively had the same thought. It was a felony to kill a fellow disciple in Zoroastrianism. Swish! At this moment, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene were not the only ones who were horrified. Even Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. This was because he did not expect Gu Chun's brother would attack him. Moreover, judging from his opponent's stance, it was obvious he wanted to kill him. Golden Crow's wings! In the face of the gigantic saber ray that was falling from the sky and approaching him in just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian suddenly shouted in his heart. The Sun Saint energy in the 99 Saint veins in his body began to circulate rapidly. The Sun Saint energy flowed through the 99 Saint veins and covered the surface of Duan Lingtian's body in just a blink of an eye. It consolidated into a pair of gigantic wings that seemed to be made of flames. This was the high-grade movement divine ability that Duan Lingtian had mastered, the Golden Crow's wings. Boom! When the Golden Crow's wings on Duan Lingtian's back suddenly flapped, it instantly caused the air to tremble. A thunderous explosion reverberated in the air, causing the air to almost be sucked out. Swoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian's body shot out like a cannonball, almost brushing past the huge blade light descending from the sky. The speed of the blade light and the vast amount of saint power contained within it caused Duan Lingtian to feel a lingering fear. At the same time, he also confirmed one thing. Even if Gu Chun's brother was not at the quintessential saint stage, he was definitely at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Otherwise, a casual swing of the saber would not be so terrifying. Boom! Just as Duan Lingtian was guessing Gu Chun's brother's cultivation base with lingering fear, he heard another loud boom. It sounded like something had collapsed. It was the third-grade house that he lived in. It was directly slashed into two halves by the saber and collapsed with a loud bang, causing dust to fill the sky. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From Gulong's attack to Duan Lingtian dodging Gulong's saber to the collapse of the third-grade house that Duan Lingtian lived in. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples only regained their senses when the third-grade house collapsed. What's going on? What's going on? The commotion caused by Gulong was huge. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples came out of their respective residences in shock. All of them had a confused expression on their faces. However, as soon as they came out, they quickly learned about what had happened from the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were originally present. Gu Chun's brother? He's also a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple? He directly killed Duan Lingtian the moment he saw him? Is he ignoring the Zoroastrianism's rule? Isn't he afraid of death? If he killed Duan Lingtian, he'll definitely die according to the Zoroastrianism's rule. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, who had just come out of their respective residences, were shocked. When they discussed among themselves, they kept mentioning the Zoroastrianism's rule. They were shocked that Gu Chun's brother had ignored the Zoroastrianism's rule. Is Gu Chun's brother not afraid of death? Even the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, who were originally present, regained their senses at this moment. When they looked at Gulong, who was next to Gu Chun again, their eyes were filled with confusion. No matter how they looked at it, they could not tell Gulong was someone who was not afraid of death. What gave him the courage to ignore the Zoroastrianism's rule? No wonder my cousin can't do anything to you. You're quite strong. Unfortunately, this little bit of strength is nothing in front of me. Gulong, that slash just now was just a casual slash of mine. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Gulong continued to look at Duan Lingtian coldly as he said, "You won't be so lucky next time." Gulong? His name is Gulong? I've never heard of him before. Since when did our Black Turtle Sanctum have such a person? Earlier, I think he was personally sent here by a Bronze Flame Elder. That Bronze Flame Elder seems to be very polite to him. Don't tell me he's a new disciple who just arrived today. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves as they looked at Gulong again. Some of them speculated solemnly, if this Gulong really just arrived at our Zoroastrianism today, doesn't that mean he's a martial genius with an innate spiritual root who possesses a blue innate spiritual root or above? That's possible. In our Zoroastrianism, only martial geniuses with blue innate spiritual roots or above can come here whenever they want. This Gulong is most likely a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root. A blue innate spiritual root. That's a pass to enter the saint celestial stage. If this Gulong really possesses a blue innate spiritual root, he'll be able to become a silver flame elder in our Zoroastrianism at the very least. That's right. If he really possesses a blue innate spiritual root, he might even be able to become a golden flame elder if he works hard in the future. Another round of whispers broke out again. In the end, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene confirmed one thing. Gulong was a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root. If he really possesses a blue innate spiritual root, then everything makes sense. He dares to disregard the rules of our Zoroastrianism because of his innate talent. With his innate talent, even if he kills the Duan Lingtian, it's impossible for Zoroastrianism to kill him to avenge the Duan Lingtian. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple suddenly chimed in. The moment his words left his mouth, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples in the surroundings were enlightened. That's right. A martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root is the target of our Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. Even if he's killed by someone with a blue innate spiritual root, it's impossible for Zoroastrianism to kill him. At most, we'll just punish him symbolically. It's not a big deal at all. In this case, even if Gulong kills the Duan Lingtian, nothing will happen to him. Theoretically, yes. It seems like Duan Lingtian is going to be in trouble. The whispers of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples naturally entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing his expression to turn grave. To be more precise, it caused Duan Lingtian's expression to freeze. You possess a blue innate spiritual root? At the same time, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Gulong and stared at him intently. If someone were to look closely at Duan Lingtian's eyes, they would be able to see that there was a burning desire in Duan Lingtian's eyes. In the depth of Duan Lingtian's eyes, there was a gleam of burning brilliance. It was as though he had seen some sort of treasure. Duan Lingtian, are you afraid now that you know my cousin possesses a blue innate spiritual root? Before Gulong could speak, Gu Chun had already laughed out loud. His face was filled with joy as though he was elated. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian and said something that was inconvenient for him to say. Duan Lingtian, my brother possesses a blue innate spiritual root. Even if he violates the sect's rules and kills you, the sect will only punish him symbolically at most. It's not a big deal at all. Do you regret offending me, Guchan? Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for offending me. Duan Lingtian. Guchan's tone was filled with pride when he reached the end of his voice transmission. However, the smile on his face soon froze when he realized Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to him at all. He did not even look at him. Duan Lingtian's eyes were trained on his cousin, Gulong, from the beginning until the end. Blue innate spiritual root? Good. Very good. Very good. Nobody knew how Duan Lingtian felt at this moment. He was extremely excited because Gulong possessed the intermediate and high-grade innate spiritual root that he had always dreamed of. Blue innate spiritual root. If I can devour his blue innate spiritual root, even if I lose some of it, my innate spiritual root will definitely transform into a green innate spiritual root. It was no wonder Duan Lingtian looked at Gulong as though he was looking at a treasure. As it turned out, he was eyeing Gulong's innate spiritual root. From the moment Gulong made a move to kill him, he would not rest until one of them was dead. He did not feel guilty about devouring Gulong's innate spiritual root. Instead, he felt excited. Based on the current situation, Gulong should be a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he thought of this. If Gulong was at the quintessential saint stage or above, it would be fine if he was at the early quintessential saint stage. Now that he had unleashed all his techniques and the Jasper celestial sword, he was confident he could kill Gulong. However, if Gulong was at the intermediate quintessential saint stage or above, he would not be able to kill Gulong even if he did not hold back. Little Chen, why are you wasting your breath on him? Gulong smirked. His gaze turned even colder as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, although I don't know how you destroyed my brother's innate spiritual root, it's no longer important. You'll definitely die today. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed out like a sharp arrow that tore through the sky and shot towards Duan Lingtian. It was different from when he stood on the spot and attacked earlier. Now, when he attacked with the 100 inscriptions spirit saber in his hand, the attack power was far from what the previous saber attack could compare to. Duan Lingtian destroyed Guchan's innate spiritual root. Many people were shocked by Gulong's words. As far as they knew, Guchan's innate spiritual root was not destroyed by Duan Lingtian, right? A month ago, Elder Li En and Guchan had visited Duan Lingtian to denounce him. The truth had already been revealed. Chapter 1926. Everyone did not have time to think about it as they shifted their attention to Gulong's figure that shot out at lightning speed. Gulong is a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Soon after, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples confirmed Gulong's cultivation base. The peak of the exemplary saint stage? Duan Lingtian seems to be only at the early exemplary saint stage. Although Duan Lingtian has mastered an extraordinary divine ability, with his strength, it seems like it's not enough for him to face a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, right? If the elders don't make it in time, Duan Lingtian will definitely die. With Gulong's strength, it'll be easy for him to kill Duan Lingtian. Even if the elders make it in time, I'm afraid they won't be able to arrive before Duan Lingtian is killed. It seems like Duan Lingtian is going to die for nothing. Gulong possesses a blue innate spiritual root. Even if he violates the sect's rules, he won't be punished. At most, he'll be punished symbolically. That's for sure. They're less than 100 martial geniuses with blue innate spiritual roots in the entire Zoroastrianism. Such a person is the focus of the sect. How can they let him pay with his life for an ordinary disciple who only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. Whoosh! Perhaps Gulong was worried the Black Turtle Sanctum's elders would make it here. He did not hold back and instantly consolidated his territory. A territory consolidated by Saint energy was, naturally, much more powerful than a territory consolidated by true origin. As soon as Gulong's territory appeared, it set off a fierce aura. Upon closer inspection, one could see Gulong's territory had formed a scene. In the scene, there were various sabers that were either stabbed into the ground or hovering in the air. These sabers were of different lengths and sizes. The scene in the scene resembled a tomb of sabers. This was Gulong's 1,000 sabers territory. This territory is similar to my 10,000 swords territory. However, I'm 100% certain that Gulong is only a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. When Duan Lingtian saw Gulong charging towards him, the sun saint energy in his body stirred as he began to channel the elementary devouring spell. If he didn't use the elementary devouring technique, he wouldn't be a match for Gulong. After all, his current cultivation base was only at the early divine saint stage. Even if the sun saint energy was special, his strength was only comparable to an ordinary early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. Compared to Gulong, who was at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, he was still lacking. As for the gap between him and Gulong, he could only make up for it with the elementary devouring technique. However, I must end this quickly. If I wait for the elders from the Black Turtle Sanctum to arrive, I'll lose the chance to kill him. We must kill him before those elders arrive. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian circulated the sun saint power that he had just gathered and cast the elementary devouring spell. At once, with Duan Lingtian in the center, the air began to vibrate as a faint whirlpool appeared. The whirlpool spun faster and faster before it finally produced a powerful suction force. To be more precise, it was the devouring energy. The moment the devouring energy appeared, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings surged into Duan Lingtian's body at an exaggerated speed. In the end, it was completely sucked dry. So this is the divine ability that you're using to suppress my brother? I'll let you know that all your struggles are futile in the face of absolute strength. When Duan Lingtian cast the elementary devouring spell, Gulong had also sensed it. However, he merely smiled disdainfully. He was only an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. On the other hand, he was at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Put aside the fact that the divine ability cast by his opponent might not be a high-grade divine ability. Even if it was, it would be useless in the face of absolute strength. After all, even if it was a high-grade divine ability, it still depended on the strength of the caster. If the caster's strength was weak, the power of the high-grade divine ability would naturally be weak as well. For this reason, Gulong was not afraid of Duan Lingtian's elementary devouring spell at all. Duan Lingtian, remember this when you're in the underworld. The person who's going to kill you is me, Gulong. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Gulong cried out loudly as the saint energy in his body surged out without any reservation. In just a blink of an eye, his speed increased again. At the same time, the 100 inscriptions saint saber in his hand had also transformed into a streak of light as it moved around his body in a rhythmic manner. As time passed by, the speed of its movement became faster and faster. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. If one were to sense it carefully, one would be able to see that every time the 100 inscriptions saint saber moved around Gulong, the energy in the saber would increase. In the end, the 100 inscriptions saint saber was filled with an explosive energy. This seems to be the divine ability the ninefold spirit infusion. At the same time, a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple recognized the divine ability that Gulong had cast. Ninefold spiritual infusion? I've heard of it. It's a mid-grade divine ability. However, it's said that this middle-grade divine ability is one of the best among the middle-grade divine abilities. It's infinitely close to a high-grade divine ability. This Gulong has already more or less grasped the ninefold spirit infusion and has already attained the level of 8 stages. High innate talent and strong comprehension ability. This Gulong is indeed a rare martial Dao genius. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples praised. The ninefold spirit infusion was a mid-grade divine ability. It focused on pouring 9 layers of energy into a saint artifact, and it was known as the ninefold force. But now, if one took a closer look, they would be able to see that on Gulong's 100 inscriptions Saint Blade, there were 8 layers of power. It was the eightfold force. It was only one step away from the strongest ninefold force. A powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage cast the divine ability, the ninefold spirit infusion, to deal with an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. It seems like Gulong is worried the elders will come, so he wants to kill Duan Lingtian in the shortest time possible. Although the divine ability that Duan Lingtian cast is extraordinary and I can't see through it, his cultivation base is too weak. Even if he cast a high-grade divine ability, it's impossible for him to be a match for Gulong. That's right. His cultivation base is only at the early exemplary saint stage. Nobody was optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. All they felt was that Duan Lingtian would definitely die. However, based on their words, they all agreed that Duan Lingtian was an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. They wondered what kind of expression they would have if they found out that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the early divine saint stage. They also did not know that the divine ability that Duan Lingtian cast was not only a high-grade divine ability, but it was also a heaven-defying high-grade divine ability. It was the elementary devouring tactic. The elementary devouring tactic focused on devouring all the energy in one's surroundings to boost one's strength in a short period of time. Although the elementary devouring tactic that Duan Lingtian mastered was not as good as the old man he encountered in the divine ability relic that contained the elementary devouring tactic, he was not far away from the old man. Currently, with the sun saint energy that was equivalent to the saint energy at the early exemplary saint stage, he could boost his strength to the mastery exemplary saint stage saint energy in a short period of time by devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. He was only a step away from the saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage in Gulong's body. What a powerful energy! When Gulong was not far away from Duan Lingtian, the elementary devouring tactic that Duan Lingtian had cast had already devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, boosting the sun saint energy in his body to the mastery exemplary saint stage. At this moment, he felt as though the energy in his body was about to explode. This was his first time experiencing such a powerful energy. This is when the energy in Duan Lingtian's body changed. It shocked many of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. This energy is comparable to the mastery exemplary saint stage saint energy, right? It doesn't seem like the mastery exemplary saint stage saint energy, but its strength is comparable to the mastery exemplary saint stage saint energy. Heavens! What kind of divine ability did Duan Lingtian cast? It raised his strength by 2 levels. The divine ability he cast must be an assist-type divine ability. It's similar to the assist-type divine ability in the Azure Dragon Sanctum that originated from the inheritance of the dragons, the true form Berserk transformation. It shouldn't be able to last for long. Moreover, there's a huge after effect to it as well. Duan Lingtian's energy can only last for a while. After a while, not only will he revert to his original form, but there will be after effects as well. His strength will weaken further. Soon after, many people could tell Duan Lingtian had cast an assist-type divine ability that could raise one strength in a short period of time. This assist-type divine ability was similar to the high-grade divine ability in the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Due to the fact that the assist-type divine ability in the Azure Dragon Sanctum had a huge aftereffect, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples thought Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability would have an aftereffect as well. Assist-type divine ability. It can raise one strength to the mastery exemplary Saint Stage Saint Energy in a short period of time. Gulong had a disdainful expression on his face. So what if Duan Lingtian raised his strength to the mastery exemplary Saint Stage Saint Energy? He was a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary Saint Stage, who possessed the Saint Energy at the peak of the exemplary Saint Stage. Die! Gulong shouted again. His voice was like a clap of thunder, causing many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who had a weaker cultivation base to feel their eardrums vibrate as though their ears were ringing. At the same time, the thousands of sabers in Gulong's territory charged toward Duan Lingtian along with the 100 inscriptions spirit saber that was strengthened by the divine ability, the 9 heaps spirit infusion. It was as though it was raining sabers. Naturally, it was a horizontal saber rain. It was not only Gulong's 100 inscriptions spirit saber and the thousands of sabers in his territory that formed the saber rain, but it was also the saber ray that was formed by his 100 inscriptions spirit saber. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.